Welcome to Talking Music number 12. Today we have with us a talented drummer and a musician known as ARAM KALOUSDIAN. He's a former member of Nu.Clear.Dawn, also the Hourglass, and maybe a former member of Ascendant. We'll figure that out. He is known in Syria as the instrument dealer. He used to sell instruments, and now he's in a different country, but still following his passion of the instrument and making music. Today we're going to be talking about drums, about progressive music, about metal in general. We will also have a special segment to talk about the late Jack Power. Welcome, Aram. How are you doing?
Thank you, Rami. I'm doing well, very good. Thank you for this special evening, and it's like I'm very happy that we are going to talk about all the good things and the memories and unfortunate some sad things as well, which happened like a couple of weeks before. Definitely we're going to talk a lot of fun things as well, and about music, about rock, metal, and in general music. It's not specific genre, of course. And we would like to talk about instrument as well and everything. I'm open.
Well, I was excited to have you as a guest, and I wanted to have you as a guest to talk more about some of the genres that you appreciate and I appreciate, like we share in common. The part of is the prog music, some shared bands, and you've also played in Lebanon several times. I've seen you play live. I enjoy your playing, and I'm also a fan of the drums as an instrument, so I would like to have someone to talk about the drums, and I think you're one of the perfect guests to talk about drums. We will go into the instrument, yes, but let's start with history. And there's the usual question I ask at the beginning: are you ready for this long conversation?
Rock and roll, man.
Okay, let's go. So first things first is one time in your life you weren't a metalhead and you weren't a musician. You were a young boy living in Syria, in Aleppo, to be accurate, right? And you got introduced to this rock music first. So how did that happen? How did you get into this kind of music?
I have to revise something here because I was not in Syria in the beginning. So when I started listening to rock, not metal, I was in Saudi. So when I moved into Syria, to Aleppo, I already like listening to rock music, and I was looking for friends or metalheads or rockers like to join the music. But how it happens is it's funny. I was with one of my father's colleagues, which is a Filipino guy. And he was listening for music, and it was like almost 10, 11 years old, just like went with my dad, just like to see what he's doing in the workplace. And then I believe at that time it was like Bon Jovi was they released a new album, Keep the Faith or something, or before Keep the Faith or something. And he was listening for Bed of Roses, but I didn't know Bon Jovi or who was this guy on the music. And I asked him, like, who's this? I mean, what kind of music is this? He said, like, yeah, you have to listen. This is a female singer. She has a very good voice. And I was like, okay. So I got only the name Bed of Roses. So when I moved into Syria after a couple of years, and I went to ask about Bon Jovi, it's like, or Bed of Roses, actually. And unfortunately, they didn't have the Keep the Faith album. So the one who gave it to me, give me one of the first album, like a 7008 Fahrenheit, something like that.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, this is okay. That day is like in the early 80s Bon Jovi, somehow they were like on hard and heavy. So I was like, okay, that's cool. And then I want to ask more cassettes, and at that time it was cassettes, not CDs. So and start digging like what else that I can buy from this guy. Like, then Metallica Black Album was the first cassettes. Like it was like a new release in that back days, like 1992. The album released in 1991, but I got it in 1992.
Yeah.
And then this is how I started to listen to, and then it's like one after one, from Black Album to Maiden, from Maiden to bands which they are not very popular in the like a bad like a hard rock band is like a Thunder. It's not mainstream, but people who likes hard rock.
Yeah.
Listening to Thunder, and then it's like start listening to Overkill and Slayer and Sepultura, and this is how it started until I met the guys in Nu.Clear.Dawn.
So you started collecting tapes and looking. Did you have like a specific shop you go to and you find everything there?
Yeah, of course. Like in the beginning, it was like a cassette store was close to my school. That's the easy way to go because I was like new in Aleppo, and I didn't know too much. So it was like exactly beside the school. There was a cassette tape called Arena, and then so that's the place where I got the first my Bon Jovi albums, and then after that there was a very popular cassette store, which is everyone in Syria they know him. It's ANT, which is Armin. He's a very good guitarist as well, who owns the store, and we used to buy everything from him, unless if there is some specific album which we cannot find at ANT stores. We used to go another store, and that guy was like really he used to do after day job work and just like open the store after 6 o'clock, and he used to go him like ask him about do you have Iron Maiden, which album? I don't know.
Bad mood, always in a bad mood guy, huh?
Yeah, he always a bad mood. And
Yeah.
we used to go, I remember like this guy, like me and Sean, who is the guitarist of Nu.Clear.Dawn, we used to go on to copy or to ask to copy the lyrics of any songs from any album. And
Yeah.
we always like hesitated. Okay, Sean, it's your turn. Last time I did, it's your turn. And go and ask about. And you used to charge us a lot for the lyrics, man. It's like
So the lyrics itself was a business. Selling you the lyrics was a business.
yeah, it was two of two cassettes. The lyrics of the one album. I remember. We used to buy it for 50 Syrian pound.
Okay.
And the lyrics 100 Syrian pound.
How old were you at the time on average? Like almost.
We're talking about like 16.
Okay, quite a young guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When we start like interested in music, to play music and to dig about the lyrics and all these things.
I see. So it wasn't a problem to get like Iron Maiden, and the shop just had Iron Maiden cassette right there on like to show, you know.
Yeah, at that time it was normal. That time it was normal. Yeah. So we're talking about the early 90s. Early 90s was normal. So we used to have Maiden hold albums and on cassettes, everything. It was normal. Whatever happens, it happens after the concerts.
Okay, so
I'm talking about 92, 93, 94.
yeah, at the time it was just the rock music, nothing.
It was rock music.
Nothing connected to it.
No, there was like some cassette stores which they like. They used to sell like Arabic music and pop music, like commercial stuff, and they used to have a Slayer, but they didn't know what is this? It's selling, but it's
yeah. So there was no yet attention to like the content and the messaging and the brainwash and the whatever, the whole imperialism and
yeah. Even the store I remember was a King تسجيلات الملك.
King store. Okay, so you started getting those cassettes, you started listening to the music, and you already had like a friend of yours who always went with you. That was Shant, you said, right?
Yeah, in the beginning it was I was always alone, because I was trying to find or like explore what kind of bands and I didn't know it's this genre called rock, by the way, because it's something which I like it, but I don't know what is it. So when I used to go to the stores and I ask, do you have something similar like Bon Jovi? And I was like, okay, listen to this one. And every time when I used to go, and then it's always the same question. Do you have something similar for the next band which I purchased, like which is Metallica?
So you're expanding from there to something similar.
Until I met one friend of mine, which became a close friend, and I met him through a T-shirt, because he was wearing a T-shirt on the street, and I was like, who is this guy?
So you knew he's the metalhead, or he's the guy into rock, right?
Another metalhead, and then directly, I didn't know him. It's like, you listen to this guy, this band? I said, yes. Oh my God. And that was the...
So you find something in common when there's like it's very rare to find someone.
Yeah. Especially when you couldn't find T-shirt as well as to buy merchandise from any bands or something. And you see someone who's walking in the street wearing a Metallica T-shirt, and it was like 1993, 94. It's like What?
And so you try to figure out how did he get it, and did somebody from abroad bring it with him or
Yeah,
something?
definitely, definitely. It's from outside, from abroad. That someone who's, I think, I don't remember the detail, but definitely from abroad, like from US or Europe or somewhere from outside. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we became friends, and we start talking about the albums and the songs and this and this, and we're sharing cassettes. Uh, Listening sometimes to go to our house or his place and wherever it's like listen to another a lot of bands, and then he more into he become like more busy with his personal life and just like moved out from the rock and roll life. He's still listening to a lot of music, but it's not like a metalhead or rock and
Yeah,
roll.
lighter genres or more diverse.
Yeah, he just
Relaxed.
like remain in their hard rock and the ballads and all these things. But to find
Yeah,
someone in that days, it was something like, oh my god, that's awesome.
rare findings. So when you got there and you got into the music and you've met some people who are into it, and you started like exploring more music and diversifying, but that still doesn't lead someone to become a musician. So what
No.
made you, start to learn an instrument? Why drums, and how did you get into that?
Oh, okay. So since day one when I was start listening to rock and metal, so I was like I can say 24/7. Like music was playing either in my Walkman. You remember that day there was a Walkman?
Mm-hmm.
Walkman that put the cassette and auto reverse, so it doesn't you don't need to change the side A side B. That's the
Yeah.
upgraded version. So keep listening every day. And in summer I used to work with my dad, and always the same cassette. It's in the store as well with my dad. And my dad one day was like, "Son, this is too much. Whatever you're listening, I don't understand. What is this?
Yeah.
Either you stop this music or just find a way to just to understand what is it, because you're not a musician, you're not someone who is interested in music. Suddenly you become listening to this kind of music. What is this?" So I didn't mention what he said. I just one thing which is thick in my mind is like a musician.
Uh-huh. Okay, so
That's
that's
good.
all what you got.
Yeah, that's good idea.
Yeah.
I liked that. And then he was like just yelling and stop that music, and I was like, musician. So
Yeah, in your own mind, you're in your own
yeah,
room, right? Thinking.
just
Yeah.
like isolated, like
So it was your dad who made you a musician.
yeah. And
Okay, that's
then
interesting.
okay, the question is, but what
Yeah.
instrument do I have to play? And I was
Yeah.
like, okay. Keep asking my mind, just like I don't know, because there is nothing to see. I mean, at that time, and there are no place to go and watch any band performing, either jazz or pop or
Nothing
rock or
close, blues or like
nothing. I
nothing
mean, I'm
close.
talking about Aleppo, definitely. But okay, there used to be bands playing in the wedding parties, either Armenian or Arabic music. So being an Armenian community, if you want to be a musician, that means you have to play Armenian music for the weddings, nothing else. So I didn't want to be that kind of musicians. I just want to play something what I like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then so it was difficult to choose the instrument. So again, it was like that time. It was like going back home. I saw another guy who was wearing a Sepultura T-shirt.
Again, the
And
T-shirt method.
yeah,
Yeah.
and holding a guitar and walking by himself. I was like, I want to talk to this guy. So I told him, hi, from where you got the T-shirt? First thing. He
Yeah.
mentioned I got it from Lebanon because he was half Lebanese or half Syrian, and he was on vacation in Syria and Aleppo.
Yeah.
And he got a guitar, electric guitar, and I told him like, can I see the guitar? So he showed to me. It's like very old electric guitar. I don't remember the brand. And he told me like, I want to sell it. Are you interested? I said, okay, I'm interested, but I have to try it. He said, okay. I told him this is my house. I mean, this is where I live. Can you give me the guitar for 2 days? He said, okay, take it. So I took the guitar and I plugged it to my cassette player. I had an amplifier which you can plug in
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Audio and
audio in microphone or
yeah.
just like. So I was expected like when I plugged in the guitar, as soon I plugged it, I will hear the distortion coming from the guitar.
Yeah, I heard
So
that mistake many times so far.
so I
Pedal
was
is a very unknown thing.
yeah.
Yeah,
So I thought electric guitar that means the distortion is built in. As
yeah,
soon you
yeah,
plugged in, so I was trying to hit play anything. Okay, the switch, change the knobs, change the pickguard or something. It didn't, the selector or something. It didn't work. So I was like, then I start hitting so hard. When I was hitting so hard from my
yeah,
hard, the distortion started coming from the strings because I was hitting so hard, like.
yeah.
And I said, man, this is so difficult. I cannot play guitar.
You thought that's how it's gonna be played.
Yeah.
Yeah. I expect that. That's normal, right? When you're really not, you don't know what you're doing, right?
Yeah, this is not my instrument. No,
Yeah.
no, take it. So I don't want to. So I called the guy and landline, and then I said, no, man, no chance. I'm okay. So it's fine. Well, we stayed friends, and we used to hang out sometimes, listening some music, blah blah blah. And then that's the moment where I choose what to play. I was like Sunday weekend, like because the weekend was on Sunday. Well, I had a friend that his relative, he used to be a pianist, and then they used to rehearse in one apartment, like again Armenian music. And he called me, said like, let's go to my cousin that he's practicing. Let's go and watch. Okay. So we went there, and the band was not there yet. I mean, the drummer was not there, and the bassist was not there. The keyboardist was there, and the guitar player was there. So I was like sitting. I saw the drums for the first time. I was like, that's interesting. So I sat behind the drums. Of course, the sticks was there, and when I saw the drums, the only thing that I remember is like a song for Bon Jovi called "Lay Your Hands on Me." If you remember that song, the intro is like it started with the drum, dum, 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 pa, drum, dum,
Okay.
dum. That's the only intro which I remember. Yeah. So when I sat on the drums and I was like behind the drums, I started like with the sticks. Okay, I tried to recognize the sound, which tone. What's the sounds of the tones and the snare? Figuring out, and then like doom, doom. Oh, it's the similar sound of the "Lay Your Hands on Me." So I did doom, 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 doom. That's very easy. I want to be a drummer.
Okay. Yeah.
That's how I started, man.
So this is how like you were supposed to be maybe a guitar player and it just didn't work and ended up being a drummer, but that's not bad.
Yeah. So but the difficult part became after that.
Yeah.
Choosing the instrument wasn't like difficult that much.
Developing the skills on drums is not as easy as some people think.
No, not at all. Especially in our time. I mean, living in a place, no bars, no clubs, no gigs, no concerts, and nothing exists.
And teachers? Did you look for teachers?
Of course. So I looked for teachers, and the only teacher which I can find, again, drummers who used to play in the wedding bands.
Yeah.
Some of the drummers, we used to have a good drummers. I mean, we have good drummers. I mean, but it's like very few. And I know one drummer was, when I started, he was like very good drummer, and he left to US. I think he left to Lebanon, then to US. He was some kind of like, he likes rock music, and he listened to some rock music. And there are some other drummers which they like some jazz and jazz music, and which they are very good. But me, I was like, as a beginning, I didn't know those guys to how to meet them. Especially I was new in the country, and I didn't know anyone. The only people that I know who exist in Aleppo, and to talk to them. So I tried to find someone which I talked to them. Then I start taking lessons, like the rudiments, the beginning, the right left, and the paradiddles and the triplets and all these things. And I was keep asking that I want to be a rock drummer, and he was like, "What you were gonna do?" And just listen to rock music, but try to learn the drums, and then you make money from the
Weddings.
And I was like,
Yeah.
I don't care about money. I want to be a rock drummer. So then after that, I decided to, okay, I will do it by myself. I will try to practice by myself, do everything by myself, listening to the cassettes or the albums, and then try to figure out what's happening there. To watch something, which is again, it was impossible because we didn't have anything to watch or any references until I received, or somebody called me, like they said, like I have a VHS tape again for Bon Jovi. I don't know why everything is related to Bon Jovi, but and then so when I watched the concert, it was like the drummer was using double bass.
That was new to you.
I was like, what is this? And then all the beats is whatever I'm hearing is like one bass drum, doom ta doom to ba to doom ta doom to. So this is, it can be with one bass drum. Why the second bass drum is there? So I was trying to watch and watch. I didn't find anything in the whole concert that he's using double bass.
It's just like for show, right? A big drum.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, maybe when he get tired from his right. Like he will use the left one.
Yeah.
Maybe it's any. And I start practicing on my left leg. So practicing on the hi-hat. So whatever I'm doing on the bass drum, I do it on the hi-hat. Start doing the hi-hat. So that mix helps me to play very fast Iron Maiden songs. It's Maiden, Nico McBrain, all the time his hi-hat is like it's playing wherever he's playing. It's like the hi-hat is still open close, open close, open close.
And synchronized.
All the songs. So it's that helps me to play very easy Iron Maiden songs when I start playing for Iron Maiden or covering for Iron Maiden. So I couldn't find the reason why he's using double bass or putting double bass on the stage until I saw a Metallica one video clip.
Yeah, darkness is visiting you.
And I was like, that's the reason. So that was my first like challenge to learn double bass. It was again difficult thing because no one told me how to do it and how to practice and how to synchronize all the elements and change and to play the double bass and do different beat on the top side. So it's like it took a lot of time because I believe new generation now they will not believe what I'm saying, but one rhythm it used to take like weeks to understand what exactly is happening and how we used to do it because there is no one before I started, there was no one playing double bass in the country, and it was difficult. And then how I find to do it, and that's funny story as well. I used to have one pedal and one bass drum, and I remember that I played in a concert, small concert, like few songs. It was something related with the government, and we won that. It was a contest, something with we call it طلائع البعث in Syria.
Okay.
Yeah. So we won the contest as a band, and the organizer, I didn't know, he was like trying. He was super happy, and he gave me as a gift a pedal.
That was nice. Okay.
Yeah. So I had two pedals now. So I have one pedal for the right, I have one pedal for the left. Although each pedal is different from each other.
Yeah, different tension, different balance.
Different balance, different brand.
Okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
You were able to start with that.
Yeah. Then so we need another bass drum. We have we used to have a store in Aleppo in Syria called Minas. So it's very famous with used instrument to rent out.
Okay.
So it's like somehow it's the backline supplier or the rental store.
Yeah, so I said that the beginning dealer, Basim, was surprised. Now you're saying back. So, there's those things that it's a bit okay.
Yeah, so I went to his place and I told him, Minas, I want to buy a bass drum. He said, bass drum? What are you going to do with the bass drum? So I need a bass drum. Whatever you have, I will take it. I will pay for it. I will take it. So he said, like, go to the warehouse you will find a lot of bass drums. Pick one of them and take it.
Okay.
So I found like a vintage Premier, like English, made in England bass drum, and it was different size. Although I couldn't find the 22-inch, because my drums was a 22-inch bass drum, and
That one was
and
smaller.
that one is smaller. So,
Jazzier. Jazzy tone.
It's
Yeah.
actually yes, it's a jazz drum kit.
Mhm.
So and the batter side was available, and the Rezo is not available. So from the other side, the skin is not there; it's out.
Yeah.
So I said, it doesn't matter. The purpose is to practice how to play double bass. So
Okay.
we put the bass drums to each other, put the pedals, and then they start. When one pedal is like the second pedal like bop, bop, bop.
It's fine as long as you can practice.
The idea is to grab the control, but I don't know how to control those two pedals to have a dig dig dug dig 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 dig.
Yeah.
I don't know how I did it, but it took a lot of time. I didn't know that the twin pedals exist. I didn't know that
Yeah.
the tuning it should be the same or is different. Each
Yeah.
bass drum it should be different tuning.
Yeah.
Or the concept is to practice the idea. So then I start practicing and practicing and practicing until I reached to level. I don't remember what was the level, but I believe it was something I did, and I was happy with it that time. I'm talking about
96.
1996 or 1997, something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask, and that's very important, especially for drummers. What about the neighbors?
I was somehow lucky.
Yeah.
Although I had some moments, like some difficulties and problems, but it wasn't like a big problem for me. In the beginning, I was like, you remember when I told you about my friend's cousin that we went to listen to their rehearsal, and I saw the drums. That guy, when he heard that I'm start playing drums, he called me and said, I want to do a band, and I want you to come and play. I said, I'm not a drummer. I have a drum set, but
That's it. Yeah.
but I'm not I don't know how to play properly. And he's like, I said, no problem. We practice all of us together. We are all of us in the same level. Okay, let's start. So I grabbed my drums and then we put it in one store. I remember. So we did first rehearsal for one song, and we couldn't finish the song. I remember that song was Armenian song. We used to do the intro only for 1 hour, and it didn't work. And then the neighbor came down, was shouting, blah blah blah. So we couldn't manage to stay there. So we packed all our stuff. So we went to my school in Aleppo. We talked to the manager, and we told them like we were planning to do a band for the school. So we want to practice here, and for any events, we were ready to play to entertain the students. And the teacher was like, wow, that's very good idea. We will give you room and so you can practice as well.
Nice.
So it was nice. So we started practicing there.
Yeah.
We were like 4-piece band, like bass guitar. Actually, yeah, 4-piece band. Practicing for some Armenian songs and to prepare for any event for the school or for the students. And I was super bored, man. I don't want to end up with these things. You know, there was some songs like Armenian, very traditional, and
you'll play them again and again, and they're not enjoyable much for you as a drummer, right?
There was a song, I don't know if you know the Seva Chera. It's
like the traditional stuff. But for you as a drummer, they could end up boring, right?
Yeah, especially with your energy that you're listening for metal and rock and you want to play. It's like...
Yeah.
And then I believe it was during that days when I was practicing with the guys, I met Shant, the guitarist of Nu.Clear.Dawn, on the street walking with Pink Floyd t-shirt.
Again with the t-shirt. So there's always like the t-shirt.
Because there is no one, I don't know anyone.
Right? One thing to mention, sorry to interrupt, like any metalhead, if he's not wearing a t-shirt, usually looks like any other human being, right?
Yeah, because there is no long hair, there is no piercing, there is
Yeah,
nothing.
that's what I wanted to point out. Like usually in those days, not everyone had tattoos and piercings that would indicate
Yeah,
they're a
it's,
metalhead, right? Or
it's
yeah,
like very simple guy. You walk
yeah,
in and just you see like, oh my god, you listen to rock, and he was wearing normal. It doesn't look any
yeah.
metalhead or something. So I met Shant, although we know each other. I mean, from school, but we never hang out or never talk about music. We
Until
never.
there was something in common.
Yeah, so I saw like wearing a Pink Floyd T-shirt. I was like, what the hell? Whoa, how come? Since when? Wow, just like Shant. So we know by names, like we know each other, but we never talk about music or we never talk about any interest together. So I was like, what? You're listening to Pink Floyd? Yeah, I bought a new guitar. Oh, really? I bought a new drums. So where do you practice? I practice at the school. Are you kidding? I said, no, I'm not kidding. I'm practicing the school. Where? The same school that we used to go. So okay, I'm going to grab my guitar. Let's go and practice. I said, that's good.
Okay, right.
Let's
on
go.
the ball. I see.
So he bought a new. I remember that days. He was just like bought a new Fender Stratocaster. It was something everybody was talking about it because
Yeah,
Sean bought a
Fenders.
new
Yeah.
Fender Stratocaster. Blah blah blah. And so he grabbed his guitar and went to the school. And we opened the door. We started jamming. We don't know anything. And I told him what songs you know. He said, I don't know. Even me. So, do you know anything from Metallica, maybe? And he said, like, what about Forum de Bell Tolls? I said, yes. So it's very easy. And that was the first song we played together. Da-dun, da-dun, dun, da-da-da-da. I was like, da-dun, da-dun. And we keep repeating, da-dun,
Yeah, I
da-dun.
know, it never
cannot
ends. We used to
I
practice
cannot
that.
go back to... I cannot go back for the rhythm. Just like, da-dun. And then it's like, what? So then they start making noise and was like, that was cool. Let's do a band together.
Yeah.
That moment, the teacher, responsible for the school, he heard the noise that coming from
That's
out
too
from
loud.
that room.
Right? It was too loud.
That's too loud, and it's
Yeah.
weird noise. It's not. That's not the. And
Not
he
the
just opened
classics.
door. He said like, yeah. He said like, what's going on here? I heard some weird noise. He said no, the amplifier it's not working properly. That's why the
It's
noise is
distorting a
weird.
bit more than usual.
Yeah. So next day I packed my
Yeah.
drums. Boom, let's go.
Wait, you found a place on the quick? That's so quick?
Yeah, because he had a basement where all the magic happens in that basement. So we tried to set it up in a way we cleaned everywhere, and just like to have a corner for the drums and corner for the guitar, and it was super dirty.
So it was probably forgotten basement, so you had to kind of refurbish the whole place. I have a question in the chat, so I'm gonna mention that. So we try to follow a bit on the comments in the chat.
Yeah.
We have a question from Kat Gabrielle Sharma. She's asking, when did you find out that you are a talented drummer? Was it that early or that came a bit later?
Adam, talented drummer?
Yeah, so when did you feel you're confident, like, I'm a drummer? Because before you told the guy, I'm not a drummer. So did that transition happen then, or just even came much later?
I can't say it when I was confident. It took a lot of many years because when I record the album, after the album of Nu.Clear.Dawn, first album Nu.Clear.Dawn, and after that, when we would keep practicing and practicing and practicing and practicing, and it was very difficult to practice because we recorded, and after that we need to practice so hard to be 100% at least like playing well on stage. So from that rehearsal, I can say I was like somehow confident what I'm doing, because before that I was always like practice what I have to play and practice separately as a drummer. But all this too, it wasn't like balance, because you need to balance it properly. And the way how I started, it was not correct. It's like it was like here and there. It was not like a one step by step, like any student goes to do institute or to university to learn how to play drums. So it takes a lot of time until when I start practicing for something which very difficult to play on stage. And you need to be 100% confident to not have any doubt when you're playing on stage. It took a lot of times to be
That confident.
that confident. Yeah.
So I think we got the start quite clear. I got the story, the evolution, and we're getting close to what is Nuclear Dawn. Before we dive into Nuclear Dawn, I'm gonna run the track, so whoever's watching us can have an idea if they don't already know Nuclear Dawn, and then we go into talk about how did that band happen, and how did that album happen later on. Okay?
Yeah.
So we're gonna go for one of the tracks that I found with a video image. That was Poem of a Night, Falcon Crow. So we'll go for that, and then we'll go back to talk about Nuclear Dawn.
meaning of life in this age of slavery. On the road is the master reading his own chapter in the book of life written by himself. Crowds watching us live along, taking his way through the Triangle. But that can be done in the Falcon's butterfly. Dancing team of ants, staring along his eyes. Talking coming down, heading for the night. It's blank with day, the Falcon takes so long. Made to believe, see we're following him.
So that was Nu.Clear.Dawn. It's important to mention two things. This is recorded quite some time ago. One of the very early progressive metal albums from the Middle East, specifically. And even if you consider metal albums, progressive metal albums, it's quite like with the start of the wave. Because before that, for long, there was progressive rock. But progressive metal, I would say end of the 90s, it was like the beginning of the real progressive metal wave of music. And before you start telling us more details on that, to comment one more thing on this track, if it was recorded again and released today, I wouldn't think this was made 20 years ago. I would say, oh, fresh track. There's elements in it, although it sounds at some points influenced by the past, there's still some very interesting elements that would stand today in this track. Let's go in details, bits and slow steps through this. So you had the place, you were with Shant, and you were playing together. But eventually,
Uh,
Nuclear Dawn is several other people. So how did the band form, and how did it
uh,
start doing its own thing?
Before we start with the album or specifically the songs, I would like to mention from the beginning because uh, Nuclear Dawn was like not only five members. I mean, we were like a family, a big family.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely was when we started with me and Shant, and when we started like in the basement, and we were looking for a band members and a name for the band and the logo for like every band,
Yeah.
and we end up calling ourselves Cruel Mermaid. I don't know why. I don't remember,
I
but
actually
it's
found that name first. I was searching, like, did they have another band called Cruel Mermaid? I couldn't find anything about it.
no, there is nothing. But just
Yeah,
like the name was Cruel Mermaid, me and him,
yeah.
and we were trying to find members and the bassist and a vocalist or another guitarist. Uh, we used to practice with a friend again. Like after I met Shant and started meeting a lot of metalheads, and the scene started already like black t-shirts, a little bit long hairs. So that was like in 1996, 7. It's already like you can see here and there people like, or maybe because I start meeting people, so you start seeing like meeting a lot of metalheads, different metalheads. So after that, there was a chance to join a bassist and a guitarist who used to be in another band.
Mm-hmm.
Long time we started, like something in '94 or something. They made one concert and then they split up. So the drummer who used to play in that band, he decided to move to bass. So, and the guitarist as well. So Shant and his name is Ali, and then they met each other in music school or something, and then we four of us we joined together and we started the band calling Nuclear Dawn. After that, we of course we changed a lot of members since day one until we released the album. And when you count it, it's almost like 12 members. And every member in the band who joined the band, they're they are doing good things these days. I mean, like that's why I call them family, and we're still in touch together. So definitely when we start jamming and we were looking for a singer, we couldn't find. We auditioned a lot, and none of them was like they were good or like nice or fine. So
Mm-hmm.
we end up talking to the legend Jack Power. So Jack Power was the first singer with Nuclear Dawn when he decided to. He was excited and interested to join the new generation, which we were like very excited to play rock and metal. And so when I heard about Jack Power, because I know Jack Power is like, oh, he's impossible now. He cannot join us. And so so when he came to the basement and we started rehearsing, I remember that day we played Killer of Giant for Ozzy Osbourne. And I know that this guy, he has a similar voice for Ozzy and David Coverdale and Dio and Robert Plant. So I was like, okay, but I never heard, because there was nothing happening
Yeah.
for many years. So when he came down to the basement and we started playing Killer of Giant and he started singing, and I was like, what? This is the same. I had a goosebump that day. It's like suddenly you hear someone singing properly, like the same voice like Ozzy, where they were like auditioning people and everyone was screaming
Yeah.
and not reaching the note or doing nothing, or the voices like. So we talked to him and he was super excited to join. So he joined the band, but he had a problem that he doesn't want to sing anything beside the classic rock, like anything Led Zeppelin, Black Sabbath, Deep Purple. He was okay, but anything like, but we wanted to do something new because we don't want to copy any other previous band which they did, which they used to play like again Deep Purple, Pink Floyd, Dire Straits, Scorpions. So we want to do metal. We want to do like we go like heavy metal, like Savatage, Iron Maiden, Iced Earth, those things like. And he was like, "No, I'm not." Blah blah blah. So we understand him, and then we tried to look another singer, and so we split the show. So 6 7 songs with Jack, 6 7 with another singer, and then after that, of course, we met by chance by the treasure. Amar Rifai, which is the vocalist of Nu.Clear.Dawn.
Yeah.
And since that day, which is the second concert until the last show, he was with us. And concert and after concert, concert after concert, of course, many problems, blah, 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 many issues with the documents and government. And then where they started all the metal scene growing up and everyone's talking about the Satanism and we had all these problems and all the cassette stores start following by the government people.
Yeah.
Iron Maiden is not allowed, Slade is not allowed, Bon Jovi is not allowed, blah, blah, blah is not
Even
allowed.
Bon Jovi?
Yeah, because I remember that during that day, I used to have it, but it's back home in Syria, from a newspaper. They translated the one of the songs of Bon Jovi, Hey God, and they put it there, and they were telling like they're cursing God in the song, which is not something. It's not true, but they were talking about the Satanism, how they worship and how they gather in the warehouses or the basements, and they do all these things, and so they were following us, and they canceled some of our shows, and we had always problems. But we always tried to find a solution through the syndicate or artist syndicate. I mean. Through some different sources and to get the approval for any concert.
So to get a bit more time reference, this is around 99, 2000?
Talking about 90, 98, 99.
8, 9,
98,
yeah.
Yeah, 98, 99. So, and goes on. And until like end of 99, and of course we were on hold somehow because me and Shant, we went to military things and we were somehow away from the music scene because of military. Then when we came back, we decided to do a good concert in Damascus and Aleppo. It was the first. No, actually, we moved. We played in Damascus earlier in '98, but it wasn't like a concert for Nu.Clear.Dawn. It was a small festival in the hotel. So there was like a few 3-4 bands playing some rock and pop rock music. So we joined them to play some hard and heavy or heavy metal stuff.
Yeah.
And then after 2000, like 2001, we made a good show in Damascus. I mean, we enjoyed a lot, and we didn't see amount of people who attended to the concert. There was like a lot at pack and many good people and all of them having fun. And even us, we had too much fun when we played in Damascus for the first time. And after that, we decided to say, me and Shant, we were talking about, we have to do something proper. I mean, it's not like playing cover. It's not like going anywhere. So we decided to do album. So we gathered all the guys. Amar was there, and that time we didn't have a keyboardist because the keyboardist was left the band to France, and we were looking for another keyboardist to join and to work together for the album. Before that, I forgot to mention that when the band was going, like somehow it was like it's somehow going the band to be disbanded. Like it was in a way. Me and Sean, we were in the military, and the bassist wants to leave, go back home because he's half Bulgarian, and other guitarist was he already left to Saudi for a job.
And the keyboardist was going to France, you said?
Keyboardist going to France. So me and Sean, we were there, and we decided to do something to record as a memory, to remember all of us.
One track.
one track. We did something and together, and that's
Yeah.
it. And then after that, maybe I don't know what will gonna happen,
Yeah.
and we called it To Stand Forever. So it was recorded in 2000. Yeah, exactly this one. Yeah. So if you see the picture is like it's a tree in the middle of the desert or middle of everything, and so we were like a tree in the desert. We're trying to stand up and stand forever and do music as much as we can, although with the circumstances and the situation which is happening in terms of instruments, in terms of documents and permissions and sound and light and everything. Everything was a struggle. It's- Everything. I mean, we're not talking about sponsors or labels. That this is something here. It was not exist in the book. I mean.
Imaginary that at the time was in existence for sure.
we
Yeah. Yeah.
we didn't know about it as well.
And at the time 2000 that will make you like 18, 19 years old. How much? How old?
19.
19 years old.
Yeah.
Okay.
19.
So you decided to make that one track, but did you have like the material for it? You already like who wrote the lyrics for it? How did it become a track?
Okay, that's good question because that time we didn't had any place to go to record the drums. I mean, drums recording it's not difficult. It's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
So luckily, we one guy who just came from abroad and opened very good studio. Like it was like a fancy studio, which you go inside and you feel like you're in dream. Oh my god, studio recording studio. So it's
Nice
like
timing.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we talked to the guy, and the guy who somehow was not supportive. He said like, "You're the
Rock and
drummer."
metal.
No, 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 no. He said, "You're the drummer." I said, "Yeah, I'm the drummer." Have you recorded before in the studio? No, because there is no studios here. That's you're the
record
first
in,
guy. Yeah. Then in this case, you cannot record. Find another solution. I was like, what? Okay, I understand that the being in the studio is different experience to record something, but that's the way how he approached us. It was like a little bit disappointing. So. We decided to program the drums. The drums was like programmed by Shant, but all the ideas and the grooves was we worked together and we were sitting in front of the laptop hours. No, do the rolls different, and you have to copy all the rolls, and it was difficult that time. Not like the plugins that we have right now. It's like,
it's much easier.
the roll
now.
is the roll is not like this. It's like that. It's like this, and then we practice and. So lyrics-wise, I think it's done by Shant. I think done by Shant. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, but music-wise, like we work together. Mainly, of course, the more ideas by Shant. So we recorded in the same studio because we didn't have another option. The sound it wasn't like. So the album, it's like you heard the album. It was worse than the album.
So yeah, I couldn't hear this track. I couldn't find it to hear it, but the
Yeah,
album.
it's not released. It's not released. Yeah.
So just to make a difference, the album you recorded the drums eventually.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you can hear the difference. Then it's a real human playing the drums. But,
Yeah. So
but there's a 3 years like between those two. So you reached the track that single.
No. Actually, 3 years when we released the album.
Yeah.
The album itself, it took 2 years to finish.
Okay. But you said you were doing this single as if everything is gone and you're going for the military service. How did you end up making an album?
So when after military, when we finished the military, me and Shant, and we came back, and there is no bassist, no keyboardist. Okay, we have the singer, we have Amro. We need a keyboard, we need a bassist and a guitarist and keyboardist because we were like 2 guitar players, and we decided to change the genre. At that time, we were like a huge fan for Dream Theater and prog metal and progressive rock. That's where I explored and find out about the progressive and the 2000. I used to listen to Dream Theater, but I was not a big fan. I listened to the first album was he made some words in 1994, 1995 something, but I was like, I don't understand what they're doing. It's like, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a bit complicated for me that time when I listened to Dream Theater. But then in 99, no, actually, no, sorry, my bad. No, before that, uh, while we playing the gigs, I remember very well when Since from Memory released, launched,
Yeah, 99,
1999. Yeah, yeah.
99.
Before that, I was like, start listening to Dream Theater and digging more into the members and to understand who are they, and then of course it was like then become Mike Portnoy is like a big thing in my life. That was like it's like 1997 or 1998, something like that. So uh, slowly I found out the progressive more. So when we finished the military, we were like me and Sean, we were like really in deep, like
2 years of prog during the military.
yeah, it's like a lot of prog. Me and him,
Yeah.
like prog, like Fates Warning and Dream Theater and Symphony X and Adagio and
Were you
Pain of
familiar with
Salvation.
Were you familiar with the band called Psychotic Waltz?
Of course,
Because
Psychotic
I
Waltz.
heard part of it in your track here, like in the one we played.
Ah, really?
There's some influence there with the vocal style and some of the beats. Yeah, if you re-listen to it, you'll find Psychotic Waltz influence there.
Might be inspired
Yeah.
from Psychotic Waltz, but now I don't remember.
I like to mention that band because they were like time-wise before Dream Theater, and I could say, I couldn't confirm, but I could say they are the influence for what became Dream Theater later.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
Yeah.
there are a lot of things which is inspired
Fates
from
Warning, I
those.
would say, one of also the early
Fates
influences.
Warning, Rush,
Yeah.
Fates Warning, Psychotic Waltz. Sometimes, I don't know if you know a band called 0 Hour,
Yeah,
and definitely Arc as a drumming. Arc, big inspired for me in the album. So that military time, it was like doing nothing, just listening and practicing on the pad.
Mhm.
Imagining all the rudiments and the groove and the rolls and everything
On the
on the
pad.
pad. On the pad. So I was sitting in my room practicing every day and listening to those people like Symphony X, Fates Warning, Dream Theater, Symphony X, Dream Theater, Fates Warning, and Arc. So Pen of Salvation. It's like all these things is going up and down, going and changing every day.
Yeah.
So the influence, and it happened that me, I was in different city, and Sean was in different city, and when we came,
Service. Yeah.
yeah, when we came back to Aleppo, it was like apparently we were listening to the same music. It was like
Synchronized.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so we decided to change. We don't need another guitarist. Let's do it the prog because the prog needs one guitar player, and we need
Yeah.
a good keyboard player.
Mhm.
So that's the idea. When we did the first concert in after the military, it was somehow we covered progressive for the first time. We covered progressive tracks like Dream Theater, like Liquid Tension, like Rush, like Kansas. I don't remember now, but those kind of tracks.
Yeah.
So it was like a challenge for us to do some kind of cover for all of us, for me, for all the band, the singer and the guitarist and the keyboardist and the bassist. So it was a big challenge. So when we got the challenge and the feedback was very good, so we decided let's do a prog album. And definitely Sense from Memory was inspired for us as a concept album. So we decided to do a concept album. So the Poem of Now, it's a concept album from A to Z, from track A to track 8. Yeah. So it's we start writing the lyrics, me and Shant and Amr. We shared the lyrics together and start putting the points, and then we start composing the music according to what we are imagining, like one after one. And it takes like only to compose like 9 months or almost 9 months. Then we entered the studio. 9 months was not done. I mean, we remember we entered the studio and we start composing the remaining tracks in the studio. So while we were recording, at the same time we were composing. But
On the go.
yeah, this is the album cover. The album cover, it's explain exactly the concept album, the story of the album. So like the night he used to wearing the shirt, and this is everything is real, by the way, in the cover. It's not.
It looks graphic
Real.
stuff. Like it
It's
looks like
the candle is
CGI.
real.
Yeah.
The candle is real. The t-shirt, the shirt is real. The papers are real.
Maybe the sword?
Except the sword is not the sword. The sword is. I think the handle of the sword is real, but the sword and the metal part and it's not real.
And that's for the work of Shant, right? I think he made.
Yeah,
this
yeah, yeah. He
cover, right?
designed it. Yeah, the candle and the shirt and the candle actually was like a, you know, the electricity problem in our countries back home. So we
No,
found this
we're
candle
still,
on the
we're still
stairs.
struggling with it in Lebanon.
Yeah, this candle it was on the stairs. We steal it from one of the
Okay.
neighbors.
I see.
We liked how the way it was.
It's nice as a red candle. You usually have those normal white boring candles, but this one looks more
Yeah.
like nightly.
Yeah, that's to have a
And the
contrast.
I guess Shant used the digital tools of 2002, right? The softwares, the capability of the softwares of 2002.
Definitely, I'm not good in
Yeah.
that, but definitely he used the possible to do something.
Quite interesting. You told me about this album, I guess, I think in 2010 when I met you in Lebanon. And at the time I downloaded it, I gave it some listens, and I've revisited it probably 2016. But of course, now that we were preparing to have this discussion today, I went back and revisited like all your discography, the tracks, the albums you played on. And I re-listened to it twice, at least like on Sunday, in a row, like just continuous. 2 times, and I had this strange thought. You might disagree, I think, but I thought if you sell the rights to this album today to Dream Theater, and they re-release it, it will sound much fresh than whatever they just released. If you get what I mean.
Actually, that your idea it makes sense for me with a different way, not to give it to Dream Theater. Definitely they can do better music than what we did, but we were inspired from them, and that time, and we tried to do something very good, but my concern is like the time that when we recorded this album, we were like the material was not like a material as an instrument. I mean, the studios and recording stuff and all those things was not like helpful. Plus, we were not very
Knowledgeable
should I
in
say?
the details.
knowledgeable in details. And as a drumming was my first experience. And when
So
I
you were-
listened to the
You were
when I
21
listened-
or 22 years old, right?
when I entered to the
I mean-
studio, I was 21. Yeah,
Quite young, right, to record
an album,
And-
a progressive metal
a
album.
progressive, and in Syria in 2002 that was, right? So
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
put it in the right context, I think you did a great job.
It was very tough, man, because we
Yeah.
didn't know. I mean, the other day I was watching. I should share it with you, so maybe in a way I put it online. So
Yeah.
I was videoing the drums that I recorded, and every microphone it was different than the other one, and up to date. I don't know what kind of microphone they are. It's it's like now when you say I'm recording something, at least you have SM57 on the snare and Beta 52 on the bass drum.
Specific for every specific part, yeah, and
That's
calibrated.
it's
Yeah.
there. I mean, every studio they have Beta 52 for the bass drum and SM57. This is basic microphones. Up and down SM57, Beta 52.
Position,
that's it.
location, and yeah.
Yeah, but that time I don't know what kind of microphone they were like, and the way how it was connected is like the microphones like this. I don't know, and each head of the drums was different than the other, and I remember the toms was my toms and the bass drum was 20-inch different brand, and when I listen some of the tracks, I can hear the springs of the pedal.
Oh, okay.
Is it was somehow I know I'm talking about things details which is funny, but it's for me it's like
If you recorded it, you will always notice much more details than we do.
Yeah.
You will even tell me, "Oh, this is where the guy knocked on the door." Like you would remember
Exactly.
those small details. I wouldn't
but
know them. Yeah.
until up to date I always say I don't know how as a music wise, I'm talking now. How we came with those ideas and songs and the harmonies and the lyrics and the music and all the progression and the structure of the song. It was, I don't know how we did this. I mean, most probably we were doing something else in our brain.
I've listened a lot to prog, and prog is supposed to always be like kind of differentiating and varying between tracks and changing styles and implementing elements. And I listened to the album again, like as I just said, and I saw like, oh, there's a lot of differences, a lot of influences. There's a track that goes into power metal, and another one goes totally different directions, and it has a lot of creative elements, and it's unique. So as I said, it still stands today. If you re-record it and release it, it will definitely sound like, oh, that's a fresh release from 2021. And I guarantee it's much better than many releases I'm listening to. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, like, because we're talking about the album more in deep and about the recording.
Yeah.
So it's something like it's not published yet, or we don't want to go more in deep.
That's what I was going to.
Yeah, and we have something very soon, which is already recorded, and it's on mastering process, and soon will be online.
So something from the days of Nu.Clear.Dawn with a fresh sound.
Yes,
Let's call it like that
sound.
for now.
Yeah.
Okay. So of course he will definitely publish this somewhere on YouTube maybe, or I don't know, Spotify.
Yeah, definitely will be everywhere. Will be everywhere. It's like
we'll be waiting for it. So and we'll be following that up. I'm not gonna ask you more if you don't want to say more, but I think what Nu.Clear.Dawn had is very unique at the time, and the people in Nu.Clear.Dawn. This is what I want to go into now. Each one from that band ended up still on the road of making music, on the road involved with instruments, involved with the whole thing. And if I just go like member by member, you can tell me like from what you know, where is everyone now? So where is Amr Rifai, for example? What's he doing at the moment?
Amr left Syria almost like 2010, I believe, and he moved to Kuwait. He's based in Kuwait, and we didn't see each other since 2010, almost 10 years now. I miss him a lot, but we always talk to each other like on Zoom and or calls and everything. He's based in Kuwait, and he's doing his own, he's creating his own guitars, the Amorite guitars, which is phenomenal guitars. I mean, he had the idea a long time back when he used to be in Syria, and he always used to say that I want to make my own guitar, and I was like, man, what are you talking? There are many guitars in the market. Come and buy. If you want, I can.
And all of that.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, I can give you whatever you want. I can give you with the best price. We used to have the store, and take it and go. I said like, no, I want to do my own guitar. And I remember like the first thing that he started, he purchased some accessories like frets and fretboards and bars and everything. So just like
to build something out of it.
To build something. And I remember I sent it to Kuwait from Syria. So the process took a lot of time, but the result was very good, because one of the guys who was based in Dubai, he ordered one guitar from him, and I was like, I saw the guitar and I hold it, and I was like, finishing wise, I'm not a guitarist, but I can feel, because I've been in the business for many years, I can understand the finishing and the sound and the weight and the design and everything. So it's like very good. And he started with building guitars. Now he's building basses as well. He's doing very good job. Yeah.
So he's totally still into the whole music thing, and he's continuing on a dream he kind of had, right? To make instruments and all that.
Yeah, he's still in the music things, of course. I mean, not a performer, a stage live performance, but still in the music field. Plus the other members, like
so Shant, for example, where is Shant at the moment? What is he doing?
Shant is in Canada. I mean, of course, he left us earlier. Went to Canada in 2005, I believe. He's doing well.
But he continued to
That's
play guitar, and he released some albums
yeah.
also, right?
We never met and we never see each other for 15 years. And last year, before the COVID,
Yeah.
we met in Armenia, and we
By
jammed after
mistake
15
or
years.
intentionally?
No, intentionally. It was like planned.
How did it go?
So
Like you talked about the days of Nuclear
I
Dawn
was
and
I was
all that.
I was emotionally like I was like after 15 years, man. We've been like every day together. Emotionally, it was like a little bit like finally we met and we played together after 15 years. We
You
jammed.
got to play
in a,
together.
in a- yeah, in a
Armenia.
bar
Nice.
in Armenia. Yeah.
Nobody recorded that.
Yeah, I have some materials, but I have to share it somewhere. But
Upload
I'm
it.
super
Upload
lazy.
it.
Yeah. We jammed, and I
Yeah.
remember like during the jam we played one of the Nu.Clear.Dawn song,
Wow.
and then he said, "Man, I don't remember anything. Even me, I don't remember."
Did it work or barely worked?
It worked in different way. We started
Yeah.
with actually we started with Falcon and Crow, and we end
Yeah.
up with different.
A medley kind of thing,
direction.
like jumping from a track to another.
Jumping from track to track to somewhere else. It's like yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
That's interesting.
So he made the two albums and instrumental again in progressive rock, beautiful albums like
Semantic
with Derek
saturation, I think.
Sherinian, yeah, semantic saturation, and with Derek Sherinian, and first album was with Virgil Donati, and the second album was with I think the same drum. I forgot his name. Who's the drummer of Steven Wilson?
I'll have
forgot
to
his
try
name.
to remember.
Yeah.
But Virgil
So-
Donati, I remember quite well.
Yeah, Virgil Donati for the first album. Yeah. Before he left, I remember that we did something as well, me and Shant. It was like a Train of Thought album for Dream Theater. Before they released the album, they announced on their website. Social media was not there in that time. Just talking about 2003,
Yeah.
2003 or 2004. I believe after we released the album. So they announced something that they want to do an instrumental and like a good instrumental for 9 minutes. So they put it in PDF file. I don't remember now on the structure of the song. So the song will start, let's say, on 4/4. We finish by four measures like 5/4, and then the tempo, the BPM is this much, and the scale is this. And after that, you have to give the Beatles feelings, John Petrucci's solo shredder, and Portnoy roll. They were explaining, the explanation of everything was there, the details.
Yeah.
So we tried to follow that one, and we composed an instrumental for that track. And I remember when it was the time was very short. We didn't have too much time, so we have to record it in a few days. We have to compose it, write the music, go down to the studio recording. I think we had like 1 week or something. So we went to the studio, we started recording that 9-minute track instrumental, and we sent it to Dream Theater. And after that, Portnoy was very active on the website, and he mentioned that we received 50 plus tracks from all around the world recordings. And then mentioned the countries. So from this country. And after a few days, I believe it went down to 10 bands. And we were in the 10 bands, I believe. And they mentioned like the 10 bands are from those countries and even Syria.
Even Syria specifically mentioned.
Yeah, it's like mentioned that. So, but unfortunately, we didn't take the contest. But we were happy somehow our name was there.
The country you represent, right?
Yeah, we represent the country, and Nu.Clear.Dawn was a part of it somehow. And so when they released the album, we heard the track. I was like, oh my god, this is something else.
Do you still have that demo somewhere or uploaded?
Yeah,
also?
I have it. I have to. I said I'm super lazy with these things.
Yeah.
But the problem, you know what? In that time, we didn't release it. I mean, because a single, where you have to release it? There is no way to release it somewhere unless you release it somewhere I remember there was some website you released, SoundCloud. There was something SoundCloud.
Not even there at the time. So you mentioned a minute ago that there was no social media and all that. And
Yeah.
if you remember Facebook, and if you know the grandfather of Facebook, MySpace started in 2003. So in 2004, there was not even yet MySpace in the system. So.
Yeah, so that's why
No.
I mean we kept it for us, and then when the social media was active and you want to release it,
Yeah.
it was like you look into the quality and it was like recording quality. It was like
Not to the level of the days of the time.
no, that's like okay, but at least we tried something that time, and from out of nothing, it's like
I
so
see.
yeah.
So you recorded that album. We just heard a track of it. You released it in 2003, and how was it like? Locally received. Like there's a band in Syria or in Aleppo, our neighbor just recorded an album or whatever. Like how was it received that you were releasing an album, and how many other bands at the time had an album released, a metal album released in Aleppo, for example?
The idea of recording the album, it wasn't for the local scene.
You just
mean,
sent it digitally abroad, or
we tried the old school style. We send the copies to
By post.
everywhere. By
Yeah.
post, yeah. Everywhere. Every label, every distribution company.
and then
And it wasn't like, because progressive, it wasn't like, okay, Dream Theater, because of Sins from Memory, people somehow, we used to have some friends or metalhead, they used to listen to Sins from Memory, only that album, but it's not because of they were like proggers or progressive rock.
because of
band.
what
Because of the Sins from Memory, because of Dream Theater only, that album. But
name, the trend.
Yeah, but the album was full progressive metal, and it was not like commercial stuff like so to everyone. So we decided to record this album to be for the outside. So we were planning to record the album, do one concert, and start traveling, touring all around the world. That was the idea. So when it comes to the bands who was there, none of Syrian bands they had an album. That was the first album. So
That's why I'm
and
asking.
yeah,
Yeah.
there was no one that we were the first, and I remember like Lebanon, and we don't want to compare ourselves in any European international band, because definitely the quality will not be the same. So we always we like to the neighbor country, which is Lebanon, and that time I think Weeping Willow they released their first album. I'm not sure, maybe earlier. I'm not sure if it was at the same date or 1 year earlier, or and we listened to the album, although it's different genre. It's like they were more into death metal. We were like, okay, it's like we are the same. We're like, no, we were comparing, like it was like, okay, like somehow, sorry, Garo, I say it was a little bit better. If Garo listening to us,
He was in the chat a minute ago. I'm not sure if he's still there. Yeah.
So somehow it was like okay, at least percentage wise, we were like better than the first album of Weeping Willow as a quality recording wise.
Yeah.
So and then that's it. I mean, we didn't have to reference to compare, because we cannot compare ourselves with Dream Theater or any band who exists at that time.
Yeah. It's a unique
if you
experience at the time.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the
Yeah.
video. We were in the same place where we recorded the album. I mean,
Yeah. I think the next you could call progressive album came from not progressive, would be Arcane. And I'm not sure on the date, 2004. So a year later, or so
later.
that would be a year later, the album by Arcane. I wouldn't call it progressive, but it has some progressive elements.
Yeah. I remember.
So so you couldn't compare to anything, but you played in Syria, for example.
Yeah, the album.
Yeah, like you played it live right after the release.
Yeah. After the release, we did a live concert in Damascus, and we called everyone all around Syria. What we did, we we had a deal with one of the buses company. So we print the ticket of the concert, and on the side of the ticket we put the name of the ticket of the bus. So whoever wants to come to the concert, he just showed his ticket, and the driver just cut it, and then they can travel from Aleppo to Damascus, from Latakia to Damascus, from everywhere.
Leading to the
So-
same location. That's nice, right?
Yeah.
Make it easy for people to get there.
Yeah, basically you're
Yeah.
traveling for free. You're just getting the ticket there.
Okay.
The ticket that was like, let's say, $4 in that day. It
And
was
you
like
pay for the buses, the cost of travel.
Yeah, we added like 50 Syrian pound, which is $1 extra. Will become $5. You pay $5.
Yeah,
Basically, you're paying $1 extra, but you're traveling for free.
but that's so cheap, right?
Yeah. So people came from all around Syria. It's like from Damascus, from Latakia, from Homs.
Yeah.
From, so there we met different metalheads. We never expected that there are metalhead in Latakia, for example.
Yeah.
Oh, there are
There's no
metalhead in
connection,
Homs.
right? There's no social media to connect with it.
Yeah, so it was people
Yeah.
talking about the concert, oh, there is a concert this day in Damascus, this place. So there is no social media. I mean, even the only way we used to promote the concert, we used to go out in the middle of the night. We did this in Aleppo, and we did this in Damascus as well. Middle of the night, like 3-4 a.m. And we used to be a group, like 10 people. And 2 or 3 of us, we used to go in different areas and holding the glue and the posters and glue the wall
Sticking on
and
the
put the
walls.
posters, sticking on the wall
Yeah.
until till the morning, like 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. And of course, we used to have permission for that one as well.
Oh,
So
really?
it was like,
Okay.
it was a tiring job. Now these days, like a tip tack on social media,
Invitation
Facebook.
sent. You get
Invitation sent,
5,000
done.
attending, and then 100 arrived at the venue.
Yeah, and I used to remember holding
Yeah.
the posters like this
Yeah.
on my hand, and my friend, we used to take the poster from my
You're
home,
the
my shop.
main source of distribution.
Yeah,
You're the
and
server.
sometimes the poster is stuck here, and when the paper is like cut your fingers.
Yeah, I can feel it. Yeah.
That happened many times.
You mentioned something interesting. I want to come back to it briefly. That when you organize the concert and you wanted attendance, you try to make it easy for people to get there. And although, for example, Lebanon is a very small country relative to Syria's as geography, I wasn't living in Beirut, and for me to go attend concerts, I needed to plan for it and drive for 1 hour to get there. And then at 3-4 a.m. in the morning, when I'm, after drinking some beers, I had to drive back. And sometimes you get stuck in traffic, going in, going back. So one thing that made it a bit difficult for us, even in a very small country, to go to concerts was transportation. And I mentioned that when we were talking to some people in Europe, that in Europe it's easy. You take a train, choose the city, it just drops you there, and then you take a train back, you're home. And this kind of transportation things allows more people to come to the events and be more active on the scene and attend the venues. And I think if we get the chance in the future to reorganize that kind of transportation, we can revive the scene in the Levant area, and we can also make the scene in the general Arab Gulf countries a bit more vivid by making it easier for someone to get there. For now, for me as a Lebanese, I can't go watch a concert in Dubai anymore. I need a visa. So things are becoming a bit more difficult than before to go attend any concert. For us.
Honestly, Rami, it's the problem. I mean, if you want to ask me to go back to fix the problem in a way, or to make it more and better vision, a better quality, and unfortunately, we didn't have the knowledge as well that time, and we didn't have the possibility or the as instrument and everything to help to make it more better and better.
Improve the level.
Yeah,
but the people who are experienced and know about promotion and know about tours and events are busy with the traditional music or the pop music, and they don't want to dip any finger into metal. It's a negative thing. It's right.
I know. I mean exactly, because this is where you make money. I mean, from rock and metal, it's up until now. There are a lot of international bands or like famous band. They're not doing a lot of money. I mean,
they're on Patreon.
At the end, it's like they're doing just because something that we like and we love, and it's in the blood. I mean, But I mean, when we used to go back, I mean, talking about the old days and the last concert when we did the album launch, and
Yeah.
I remember about Nu.Clear.Dawn, we spent a lot of money, crazy money in that time. Talking about 2003 or 2004. Besides recording the album and the cost of the album, we spent a lot of money for the equipment, for the PA. As a rock band, and which you don't make money, definitely you will lose all the money whatever you're spending.
Yeah.
We put professional PA system. We brought professional lighting, smoke machines, proper setup, proper drum set. Everything was like we tried our best in that time to have the best sound, so everybody to enjoy it. You know, it's like the old school days. You do good show, super loud, people will be enjoyed, and people will talk about the show.
Yeah.
And as much as you play in different places, people they will come more and talk about the band more.
Exposure,
It's not like
more
Yeah,
exposure.
more. As much as you have exposure, the bands people they will listen to you and they will buy your merchandise and attend your concert, listen to your albums. But these days is different policy and different procedures happening. So as much as we can, we somehow we understood that we have to do the best to people to keep enjoy the moment and keep coming and keep watching us. So, but it was good that we did, and even till this day, we always think like we should do it as better and better. But that's the maximum that we did that time. So after the concert, then it was like a reference for us to show for abroad if you want to tour or play as a reference to participate in any festivals or any concert. The good material. It
You
was
got the
helping
chance
us.
to go abroad and play in some international places as Nu
Yeah,
Dawn.
yeah. We the first opportunity I remembered, we were playing the show, the album. The same day, we got the approval that we are going to play in Rock Nation Festival in Turkey, opening a lot of bands.
Prog
It was the
event.
same day.
There was
Yeah,
some
it
prog
was-
bands in it, right?
Yeah, we opened Pain of Salvation and Vanden Plus.
Which year was that?
2004.
Okay. Yeah.
So a lot of bands. I have the poster here. It's still it's like the orange one.
I think
This
I
one
might
is-
have a digital version. I'll share it if I have it. Yeah. That was 2004. Rock
2004.
Nations Festival.
Yeah, there were a lot of bands. I mean, Zach Stevens I met for the first time from Sabotage. Yeah, that's one. You can see Udo and Destruction and Orphanland and Vader and
Epica.
a lot of bands. Epica.
Yeah.
Epica was they were like a new fresh band. Like they released their album the same year
Yeah.
and they were touring and
Yeah. There was like their biggest
big
success
early
start.
days.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and yeah, it was super fun and very good experience and it was very good and we had a lot of opportunity from this concert. We had opportunity to tour Europe after this festival, doing Oriental festival, Oriental metal festival. So
What happened
like
to that?
the Middle Eastern band, like a Levant band, to perform in Europe with the Oriental element. Although that we didn't have Oriental element in the album, but we as a band from Syria, so to be part of it. But unfortunately, it didn't work because the idea was from Orphanland.
You don't need to say more. You do not need to say more. This is just. I'm not gonna go into there because I know how murky and muddy the Orphaned Land subject is. I'm not gonna go there.
Yeah, so we were
yeah.
like, okay, it's a nice idea, but
Definitely, yeah. It would have caused you tons and tons of trouble, and definitely it would have made the scene in Syria and Lebanon 10 times worse. Okay,
Yes,
because
yes.
then you would be
So
labeled as a, the agent of the West and whatever. Let's stay out of that one, and it's good that you
yeah,
stayed out of it, because only bad things could have came out of that.
yeah. So definitely no, it was no. But the
Yeah,
festival it's had happened. It's done. I mean, that time was Miras was they after 1 year or
Miras was
the
there in
second
2003, 4.
2004, I think
Really,
four.
their
Yeah,
first
they
release.
yeah, I believe it was 2004 the first release, and they were like part of it because when we said no, and I think
Yeah,
Miras, and there was a Jordanian band joined them, Bilocate, if you know.
yeah, I've heard of Bilocate. Yeah,
Yeah,
they played in Lebanon, I think, once. Oh yeah.
yeah,
So would have been a nice idea without Orphan Land.
yeah. Actually, it was very good idea when we were me and like Nuclear
Yeah,
Dawn, Bilocate,
yeah.
and Miras. It
But
was like
but
super.
but I would guarantee it. Like the motivation of whoever is promoting this is to promote peace in the Middle East and to play on it politically. So it's good that it never happened, and I'm not sad for that, because it's only propaganda bullshit. Nothing real. Nothing that you can really count on.
I know.
But then you got to go play in Turkey. You got to go play in some other places. Let me see
Yeah,
if I
we
have.
played in Lebanon. We played in Lebanon the next year, second year, and there was two concerts after Lebanon. One in Algeria, and the second in Belarus.
Interesting. So you
Uh,
got close to your target, right? To go play abroad. You
yeah,
did
yeah,
that. You succeeded somehow.
yeah. But
Okay.
unfortunately, the Algeria and Belarus is cancelled because of something has happened in Algeria. I don't remember. It was cancelled by the organizer, although he was paid the down payment as agreement.
Mm-hmm.
And that was my first payment as a musician as a rock musician, and I bought my first twin pedal.
A real proper, a real
Real proper
twin
first
pedal.
twin pedal, yeah.
Yeah, I
So
see. This is a picture
yeah,
of the band from one of the live concerts, I guess.
yeah. This is in 1999.
Wow. Right,
1999.
right
Yeah.
at the beginning, right? And
Yes,
okay.
me and the yeah, right.
I saw in the video I played before, you always looked happy playing and doing your stuff, and like it's always like a playful, fun mood. You were enjoying your time as a band, and it seems like you
Yeah,
got
the
along
band.
a lot.
Yeah, because it's my mindset, is mentality into being in a band. It's like we're not the band members. We are friends. I mean, we used to all of them, all the band that I joined, even
Yeah,
Hourglass or Ascendant. I don't have that mindset that we are band members. Just when we finish the practice or the concert, everyone leaves. No, we have to go and hang out together and drink and enjoy and celebrate together and enjoy everything together. And that's what happened for all the band that I joined.
so
Yeah,
that
it
was a
was.
condition to
Yeah,
enjoy being with the band.
every moment, or any, I have a lot of memories. Not only me, all the band members. I have three groups still there. When we do
Mm-hmm.
Zoom call or like a live calls, we start with different jokes, and I have different jokes here, and I have different jokes in Ascendant. I have different jokes in Hourglass. So it's like, which
Each
is
group
nice.
its
Yeah.
thing. So
Yeah.
before we get to Hourglass, that was like, let's say you played 2004. Did you play live later, 2005, 2007? When did things start to slow down and break apart for Nu.Clear.Dawn?
Oh, that's the sad part. The sad part when before the concert, before Algeria and Belarus concert, Shant left to Canada, so for good.
Mm-hmm.
Left Syria and to went to Canada. So that time the concert was not cancelled. So I have to look for another guitarist to cover those concert at least, and then and there was like a conversation or communication or deal to tour in Syria to do many shows in different cities.
Okay.
So I had to call one of good friend Tarek Shahabi, who we are part of Wasaya. Um, he's one of my best friend. This picture is like
So
This is
here we
very
see
good picture.
Homs, Damascus, Aleppo, like the different places you will be playing. And
No, I believe this is selling the tickets. I believe. I'm not sure if
it's back on tour again, now and forever, into rock concerts, Nu.Clear.Dawn.
yes.
And it goes to different places. Like even in every city, you're supposed to play in several
Yeah.
places.
So basically, this is tickets are available. Tickets are available
okay.
in Homs, Aleppo, Damascus, and
It's in Dar al Tarabiya Theater.
Dar
Or
al Tarbiya
Tarbiya Theater.
Tarbiya. This is Aleppo, and there is Damascus, I believe. When you go up, yeah, there's two concerts. There's one in Damascus, one in
So Culture Center, Rameta Theater, and Dar al
Yeah.
Tarbiya.
Yeah. So this is a real picture. There was a theater in Syria, in Aleppo,
Burned down?
burned down, and that piano was there.
Oh.
So I don't know. Shant was. I don't know what he was doing in that place, in that theater after he burned down, and he saw this piano.
It's perfect.
If you can see, there's some spider.
Yeah,
things
spider
on-
webs here.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can see them.
Yeah, so he took the pictures and he just add the logo down. Nuclear. He put our pictures and that's it.
It's just a perfect picture, and the light, the shades in the light is as if you were. It was made
Yeah.
for this.
Yeah. So
Interesting.
and this is the concert what I'm talking about that we did the first progressive concert. So usually I put the guitar on the poster and a metal band, long hair guy. So we
Yeah.
put the piano. So more into progressive.
Yeah, it's not gonna be that heavy stuff. It's a different thing than
Yeah.
whatever
so
is
moving on.
the normal, or the standard.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So
yeah,
you,
so
you
that's-
contacted Tariq Shahabi to replace Shant.
yeah, and when but unfortunately the concert was cancelled in Algeria and because of the organizer something has happened that
But
day. and
Tariq
whatever
had
is-
already like practiced the tracks, and you played them together
Yes,
and all of that.
We practiced, and he traveled from Damascus to Aleppo, and he was staying in my place, and every day we're practicing.
Yeah.
We don't have time. We have to be the same quality, and we don't need to change the.
Stress and pressure. Yeah.
Stress and pressure. You need to choose the same sound, the same effects, the same harmonizer, the same keys. So a lot of pressure on him, but he did a lot of good job. But unfortunately, the concert canceled, but the tour was not canceled. So we did in Homs, we did in Latakia, we had in Damascus, we did in Aleppo, and I remember the Latakia was the last show. And when we finished the concert, I was outside, and everybody left. Went to the hotel. Everybody was tired. I was alone in the street, and suddenly I felt like. This is the last day of Nu.Clear.Dawn. I don't know why I felt like that.
It hit
and
you.
this is what
It hit you,
Yeah.
right? That
Yeah, it hits me inside.
I know.
but
I
it's
know
like-
how difficult it could be. Yeah.
I think this is the last day of Nu.Clear.Dawn,
And it was.
and it was. That's what happened. Yeah, that was 2005. Latakia, rainy day in the night.
It was raining and dramatic and dark, and
like Indian Bollywood.
I can imagine. So if 2005 things stopped, before we jump to the other band that you joined later, what happened after 2005? What did you go for? What did you start doing? So as in the profession, you were done with the military service. You were 3 years done with the military service and playing music. But what were you doing in parallel as a daytime job, income?
Yeah, it was a good time to focus more into my music store, because end of 2004, I believe, in beginning 2005, I cannot recall right now.
Yeah.
But it was the opportunity to open my music store, and the reason that I always dreamed to open music store, it wasn't something happened like that because struggling to find instrument and accessory or sticks, proper sticks, like basic Vigfert and Promark. It was difficult to find it, especially being in another port. Damascus maybe because it's more closer to Beirut and it would be more easier to find. But even them, they had they hidden They couldn't find any.
Really?
So
Even like drums, they're also played for the Oriental music or whatever, stuff.
yeah, they used to either they used to buy it, they bring it from outside, or
Yeah.
they import it from Sweden or from US or from somewhere.
Okay.
Okay, the China made drums, or Taiwan, like a Laser or Maxton, all those
But you
Chinese.
needed like some quality sticks for challenging
Yeah,
stuff.
you need to have like a Promark or Bigford or
Yeah.
Sabian symbol or something
Yeah.
proper, or to have a variety. I mean, it's not about to go to the
Options.
store, you found
Yeah.
one pair of Promark,
And that's
one
it.
pair of Bigford, and that's it. You don't have
Yeah.
choice. Is it thick, heavy enough to your hand? You have to play with that. And it's expensive.
Yeah.
So, so I was planned, or like always dreamed to have a store to be in that field and to support the musicians. It's not good to support them, say to support musicians, to help the musician to have at least options to choose whatever they need.
Yeah.
So it was the time to open the store, and it's like, so I opened it in like small budget. I didn't have enough budget to open it to make it big store, but I started from small budget, and I remember I used to have another drum set, and I sold it, so I added on my budget and just opened the store. And year after year, I just upgrade myself, and I brought brands, international brands, which people never expected. I can say I was the first one who brought Ibanez, who brought Cort to the market, Cort guitars and Marshall amplifiers.
So you went a bit more to the west, right? Rather than in like random markets, you went to the good markets, to the quality
Yeah.
products, to the stuff that anyone playing rock or metal would need, right? The guitars
Yeah.
that would suit the style, the equipments that would suit the style. But you said you built it from small budget, so like you started selling something and then buying two other things and then selling.
Yeah,
expanding
basically
in
it's
that
something
rate?
like, yeah, I started with $3,000.
Okay.
Basically, it was like a China-made guitars and China shakers and China-made sticks, and then I started selling them. Wherever I made money, I put on top of it, and then bring more stuff.
So you
It
kept.
was
Yeah. Go ahead.
it was like that, so like slowly. Then I start to thinking about why I have to bring more proper brands. It doesn't work like that. Otherwise, I will be like the others. I don't want to remain like the others, selling like a cheap quality or the China. I want to put my fingers and help everyone and support everyone. Come to me if whatever you need, I can manage to bring it for you with the best price that I can.
You find some markets, some sellers, some access to
Yeah,
to the
I had some
product.
accesses. Yeah,
Okay.
so
Okay.
there was a way, but so I tried to bring.
So
First time when I brought Ibanez, and people were like visiting the store, and you have not only one Ibanez, you have like a wall of Ibanez,
yeah,
then wall of Jackson guitars, wall of Cort guitars.
and they looked very special and metal, right? At the time, like the Ibanez, the shape
Yeah,
of an
yeah.
Ibanez was metal.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you have the S series, Alex Kolnick. Everybody was, oh, Aram brought the Alex Kolnick guitar.
Yeah,
It's like-
signature stuff, of course.
Yeah, and or Kirk Hammett, or people, they used to come just to watch, not to buy. I mean, just like, oh my God, you have a lot of these things. So again, I cannot compare myself with any store based in
Yeah.
Dubai or based in any country in Europe, but something which is not exists, and then you have it. So it's like it's something big for everyone there. So that's
Yes.
how I build it. Like it's year by year after year. I just like try to like maintain more and bring more stuff, and just in different ways, and it works until the war started.
So yeah, we will evolve to the war, but you did something to promote more of your instruments and to get the word around that there are guitars. You mentioned to me that you had you organized the guitar festival yourself, right?
Yeah, actually, this is one of the reasons that when I quit from not quit, like when Nu.Clear.Dawn was no more exist,
Yeah.
and there was a gap, small gap, which there was no any shows that I did. I think I did a couple of shows with Jack Power and a couple of shows with the Armenian big band, just to have more to be more versatile and to get more into different genres. when that idea came to my mind to play different genre, not to be only metal drummer,
Yeah.
because I wanted to be in different fields, in different genres. So more or less to be versatile drummer. But I didn't have
Because
the
you mentioned
opportunity.
that, just sorry to interrupt you, but because you did mention that, would you advise drummers to to diversify, or it's just a personal preference?
Not for everyone. If people who are interested, I prefer to every musician, not drummer, every musician to listen to different kind of genres. I mean, if you're a metalhead, okay, I understand you're a metalhead, you like the metal music and you like to play metal. But if you want to be a musician and to understand the music more and to understand the other genres as well, yeah, they have to listen to other genres. Like to listen to at least like a fusion jazz or something like blues or country. I mean, there are a lot of different genres which helps you to compose and bring more new elements to your music if you want to compose a music. Like Alex Kolnick, for example, one of the ideas that when it's a good friend of mine because he came to Dubai and he made the clinic here in Dubai, and we had a long discussion about the music. And I told him why you moved out from metal and started releasing jazz albums. He said like I'm a musician and I never been a metalhead from the beginning. When I joined Testament, because they were looking for a guitarist and I liked their music, and I joined Testament. But when I recorded all those albums, and I was like, okay, I did what I can do as a good albums. I'm looking for something else. I'm looking for something new. So he decided to do something new for himself, like to want to upgrade himself, to play jazz or to play. He has an album like international music. Like every song is different from different culture. They have the Irish, African, Indian, everything is there in the album. So he was trying to explore more and to understand the music more. This is like something related with the person. If you're, I prefer to be more open. You will, and when he came back to the metal, Alex, he came back with different ideas and
Yeah.
different elements, of course. Yeah. But I believe this is very helpful, and this helps me for good. Like when you playing any kind of music and you want to do jam, even though the guitarist who's in front of you is not a metalhead, but he's a good guitarist. You cannot play with him if you're not, even is not metalhead. No, you can jam, but jam properly in a way. What exactly he's playing? He's playing reggae. Play reggae. You might not be the best reggae drummer or reggae guitarist,
But I
but
can play along and enjoy it.
play along, enjoy, and have a
Yeah.
drink. Or you're playing jazz. Play jazz. Play swing. Give the feelings of swing. Uh, and that's it. Not necessary to be. We had a discussion with Dev Wakel once, and he said like I'm not a metal drummer. I cannot play metal. He's one of the best drummers, but
Yeah.
I'm not a metal drummer. I cannot play. Even the same thing for Portnoy. I'm not a jazz drummer. I cannot play jazz. But they have something which is it helps to be a versatile or it give you to enjoy that moment.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Expand
Yeah.
that.
It's about the soul and feelings. And that's different. That's different scenario.
So you were playing with different bands, expanding your style, trying things, exploring different terrains, and doing that after Nu.Clear.Dawn.
Yeah, so it was an idea that when I joined the Armenian big band, it gives me more like different genres. So I decided to do something commercially wise. That was commercial. Somehow it was like the background was commercial to make more business, and at the same time to play different kind of music as well. It wasn't like only metal or rock. So I came up with the idea because I was not playing anywhere else. I came up with the idea that let me do something that I can play everything in one stage, like jazz, blues, rock, flamenco, something, different genres. Like then the idea of guitar festival came up to my mind, and I start calling every
Yeah.
guitarist who are based in Aleppo, because I don't want to call anyone outside Aleppo because I didn't know that. I didn't have idea if it will work or it's successful idea or people they will like it or not. So I called every guitar players in Aleppo. I made a list 1 to 20, 25 guitar players, and I called them one by one. Some of them they said, "Oh, I'm not interested." Some of them they were like they liked the idea, and whoever was okay with the idea, and we talked about more in details and to perform one song, instrumental, and wherever he likes. He wants to cover. He wants to do cover. I don't mind. He wants to do original. We are ready to work with him to do original. So the idea was like to play in a festival which was not exist before in Syria as a guitar festival, and second, to give the idea for many people to understand that the electric guitar doesn't mean metal, because people they used to think that the electric guitar equal metal.
Automatic
If you're
association.
yeah, so it's like if you're playing electric metal, you're Satanism. You play metal, you worship Satan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, it's not like that. So it was like we're trying to, in a way, to make a new message to everyone. So electric guitar, it means like you can play blues, you can play jazz, you can play even folk music, and we did some Armenian music like with guitar.
Yeah.
It was like to have a different message. Oh, it was successful. Everybody liked it, and that's why I did the second one. And why I'm saying it was successful, because from the second festival, people start girls, which was not exist in Aleppo, to buy electric guitars.
Oh.
So that
So
was
they
something.
started to see it as just an instrument you can learn,
Yeah. So
rather
they
than the boys' instrument.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
it was like it was new, and then I like it. And then they came to the store, and she was saying, "I like the way how they were playing. I want to play the same way they were playing." And this girl now she's in Berkeley.
What's her name?
She's
Do you remember?
wait a minute.
You can write it in the chat if you want later.
Yeah, I'll remember. And she's in Berkeley in the US. She's studying guitar, and I was like, wow, this is very good. So I'm happy that I did something which is like
You change people's lives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the reason that I did the guitar festival, for there's third reason. One, there's two reasons that for the commercial wise to make more, to advertise the store basically. The second thing to play different genre. The third thing is after the coincidence what happened for the first and the last concert of Hourglass, I met a lot of people from inside. So when I say inside, it's like مخابرات يعني.
People from the security services or the internal affairs. Okay.
So we became more friends, and so I had the green light somehow to concerts easily, not like make it complicated in a way.
So you felt comfortable that I know someone there and I can already let them know what's gonna happen, and if they say okay, then everything's gonna just be okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so it was the guitar festival. So it was like annual festival. I was planning to do it not only for one. I did 3 festivals, but the fourth one.
So that was 2008, 2009.
2010 and 2011. Michelangelo was supposed to come. You remember Michelangelo?
Double kind of thing, with the 2 hands thing. I know.
Yeah,
the camera.
it didn't work because of his guitars. So then we got the deal with Patrick Rondat, if you remember, if you know him. He's the guitarist of Elegy, and he used to play with Jean-Michel Jarre.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the festival got cancelled, and everything got cancelled, and because of the war.
So things were, let's say, building up to something really nice, huh?
Yeah, it was going nice, but it didn't work at the end. It's unfortunate, not only for me, for all of us.
Well, you can't control everything around you, right?
Yeah.
So unfortunately, the country went into a very unstable phase. Is it over?
Hope so. I don't know.
It's very uncertain, right? Like, is it over in Syria, or half over, or stable, or unstable? Like, it's uncertain, right?
I stopped following all the political and the war news almost like 4 or 5 years. So basically, I know that Aleppo is safe now, but I don't know if it's over or not.
Okay, you didn't go to Syria since when, or when was the last time you've been in Syria?
When I left 2011.
So for you, it's been
No,
10 years.
yeah, almost 10 years.
So
Yeah,
you've left Syria for
2012.
10 years.
Sorry,
12.
12,
9
yeah.
years. And you've never
9
been
years.
back.
No,
You don't have
no.
friends, relatives, people there? That, like,
No
or
more left.
everyone
Everyone is
is
out.
moving, is leaving.
Yeah.
That's very unfortunate and sad, right? What did you do with your store, like, when you left?
I kept it for a couple of months open. I had
You
one
had
of
someone to
my
run it there?
yeah people who was there, and one of my friend as well, who was taking control, taking care of the store.
And
But
eventually you liquidated the whole thing, like you just sold all the stuff and closed down?
no. What happened? Like I used to have some stock in different warehouses, all gone, and the store was like
Sorry to interrupt. When you say all gone, do you mean sold or bombed gone, or
Some of them bombed, some of them is like stolen, some of them it's like I have no idea. I mean, it's like I don't
total
know what
loss?
happened
So,
because
so
yeah,
total
loss. It's
Oh,
like nothing exists anymore. It's like all gone, and the store was still there, but we closed the store as it is because I don't want to put the guys in risk. So we kept it for a couple of months closed, and after that we empty all the stores, whatever we have in the stores, back into another place, and we kept it there for a couple of months, not a couple of months, for all the years up to date.
so there's somewhere now in Syria a storage with instruments in it.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it got stolen last year.
Come on, really?
including my special drums, which dreamed to about it to bring it.
No way. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's so unfortunate. Oh, because it would have been nice, like, if everything is there and then you just go put them on a stage and have a
No, I
concert.
wish, man. I wish nothing remain as the same, man. Nothing remain
Yeah,
the same.
but this is like a phase of your life where you are building up for something like really nice, and things are, I don't know, going the way maybe you like, right? With the festival
Yeah.
success, with having international guests, but it's not just your life, as you just said at the beginning. It's not just your life that didn't go the way it's supposed to. Everyone's life didn't go the way anyone imagined.
Yeah,
right?
it wasn't only for me. It
And-
was like,
and
okay,
losing Losing
We
an
had a lot
instrument
of-
in a store is unfortunate, but we have
Yeah.
to mention some people lost their relatives, some people lost their lives in all of this chaos and mess.
I know,
Right?
I know.
Yeah.
I lost friends as well. It's during the war,
Yeah.
but c'est la vie. This
We
things
have-
happen.
One funny comment in the comments and one bit of a serious one towards funny. Let me just follow up update on those. So there's one comment from Tariq Shahabi. He says
Oh.
one of his favorite memories was playing with you. So that was the tour you mentioned, and he practiced a
Yeah,
lot
yeah.
for it.
Yeah.
And there was another comment from Jake Shukr answering about Syria's situation. In his perspective, that Syria is now stable and Syria now is the stable. So probably comparing to what other nations have become a bit less stable than before. Yeah, it's not just Syria, like the whole whatever, Middle East and beyond is unstable these days. There was another question, I think it was deleted, I'm not sure, but I'll ask it anyway, or it was pinned. What's the secret of your mustache?
Mustache? I didn't have
Because
mustache.
he always had a
I have-
mustache more or
you
now
mean
at the time.
I don't know. Just like I had it a long time back and I kept it. It's like I know
Yeah.
people that keep asking why you're not changing.
Okay.
Mhm.
We have Michel Karakash. He said he bought his first cymbals from your store.
Yeah, Michel from Derev, I think. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
from the Rev.
Yes.
So I guess a
And-
lot of bands got to get their instruments from your store and got to practice and play their music and record their stuff. So maybe without your store, some people would have had difficulty getting their equipments and learning maybe their instruments.
Yeah, I mean, after that, like beside the store, I used to have a rehearsal studio, and people they used to come and rehearse. So I was like, sell the instrument, and after that, go and check everything is fine. So to take care, I mean, to be sure that everything is like they're using the same instrument. And in a joke, I used to say like, I think people who knows me like from back then, I was always hated Yamaha brand. And people who used to use Yamaha brand come to rehearsal, I used to say it's not a lot for you. Practice.
Competitors brand or
Yeah. Or I used to like in a joke I used to say you have to pay more. I have to charge you more. In the joke, like but everybody knows that in that time, like I used to hate the brand or
I think it happens sometimes. You just don't like a specific brand for no real reason, but you just wouldn't like it. Or there
because
was
the
a real reason.
reason is like when you say Tama, that's drums.
Yeah. Yamaha is
Same.
motorcycles
Exactly.
or anything else.
Yeah, it's like that's my concern. It's like when you talk about guitars, PRS, ESP, it's a guitar. It's
But
not
I
like
think they're more famous for pianos than guitars. I don't know if I'm wrong on that. Yamaha.
they are famous in everything. They are good in everything.
They have also drums,
Talking,
right? They
I
have
mean, yeah, I
drums,
mean,
yeah.
drums are. I mean, okay, now I'm joking, but
Yeah.
they have good instruments. I mean, Yamaha, it's like it's a good brand. It's like they have good drums. The drum sound is like people. A lot of drummers they like it. The guitars are very good. The pianos is much better than the guitars, of course, as you said. The brass instrument, they are good. They have a lot of good brass instrument. Most of the armies they use.
Of course, they're also famous for that. I have a one comment from Jake Shuker that he says that people like him are creating music thanks to you and your companions because you left an impact on him as Syrian metalheads and metalers. And that includes Bassem also. So I guess when Bassem was there in Syria, we'll get to that. Got more people into the music, got more people inspired to form their own bands. I think if I'm wrong, Jake is from my saloon, Jake Shuker. So
Yeah, I met Jake. He's a nice guy. I met him like in Ascendant concert in Lebanon. The last concert that we did, they were playing in the Lebanon Rock Festival. So we were opening Destruction, and they were playing one day earlier. And we had a good conversation. I mean, that was the first time when we met, and we talked about some like they were like performing well, and I was like very supportive, like keep doing. And I think they released a new album recently.
Single so far, as far as I saw, there was a single and album coming. Maybe Jake can correct us in the comments. We'll have a talk maybe with my saloon at some point. I have two other comments. I'll just mention them, then we'll move to the next band who joined. There's a warning from Ala Abu Saada. He said, please don't ask him about the red drums. There's a long story there. Is that the drums that got stolen last year?
No.
Okay.
That's another story.
It's very long, so we skip it.
Skip it. Otherwise, all the people they run away.
Okay.
He doesn't like this. It doesn't like the story. It's a real story, but he
Okay.
doesn't like the story. But it's okay.
Can you give us the short version of it?
Okay, I'll tell you only. Have you watched the movie Red Violin?
I don't think I have.
You have to watch it. It's a very good movie.
I'll write it down. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to watch it. It's something similar to that story.
Okay.
It's very similar.
So we'll watch that and then we'll know what the story is.
Yeah, when you
Okay.
watch the Red Violin movie,
I
it's
see.
You will see the movie that people are dying. Here in
Okay.
my story, people are dying as well.
Okay, I see. I see from which era in Syria that story is.
Okay.
Okay. So there's a comical tragedy in the story, I see.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
tragedy and unfortunate stories and yeah.
Okay.
But Allah doesn't like it. Allah is one of my best friend and is the guitarist of Ascendant.
So there's also a comment from Hazem Kotish. I hope I didn't pronounce that wrong. He is saying that you should also tell us the story of SART. Is that something interesting
Hazem.
to tell?
Hazem, why are you telling the stories, man? With these comments, it's Arabic scale.
Yeah.
That's I was. I'm a part of the Syrian Artist Syndicate,
Yeah.
and so when I did the last exam, the last test, and in front of the like 7, 8 judges, like to test you, like to ask a million questions, and one of the question was like, I don't know if you heard about Hadi Baqdounes.
No, I haven't.
He's like a Syrian famous violinist who plays with all the Arabic stars, and he's pretending or presenting the Arabic Oriental music and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So he was part of the exam. He was asking questions, and before to enter the
So he
the
wanted you
test,
to, he wanted to know if you know the Oriental music properly and if you're familiar in your
exactly, yeah.
Okay.
So before I entered to the room, and there was a guy, like again, he was there for the syndicate test, and and he was warming up, just playing Arabic scales, and I was like waiting just to they call me to go inside, and I asked him what scale you're playing, and I was like I know all the scales. He said, you don't know? I said, no, I don't know. I'm a drummer. I don't know scales. You have to know. This is Arabic scale. They will ask you these questions. You have to know. I told him, okay. Just tell me what's the scale name. So he gave me the name of the scale, and I told them to play again to feel the scale, how
Yeah.
it looked like, to inspired or to feel what it looked like. And I said, okay. So I went inside. They called me and they asked me a million questions. Play this, play that, play that. So the last thing when this guy had the Tunis during the test, and he came to me and said, look, I will ask you one question. If you answered, you're pass. If not, then you need to check with the guys. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
When he brought the violin, and I was like, the cold drop of sweating.
It's gonna happen now, yeah.
Yeah, I said like, I'm done here. So he
Yeah.
started playing, and I was like, man, it's the same scale which the guy was playing outside.
Yeah. What a
And I
luck
was like,
thing. Yeah.
yeah, but what was the name? I forgot the name of the scale.
Okay.
So there was like a couple of them. They were like telling me like it's like in a way just trying to manipulate me in a way like it's a Hijaz or Nahawand. No. It's not Hijaz but Nahawand. I know the scale, but I forgot the name. So I try to remember. I'm trying to remember. So I would just like squeeze my mind, and I was like, at the end, I said Sart. When I said Sart, everyone was laughing like crazy. I said, what happened? And then one of them, they came and said, he's Armenian. He can say wrong thing. It's not Sart, it's Rast.
Okay.
So it's so because of that, so I passed.
So you try to remember the letter at least, right? Something with
Yeah,
S, start, Rust,
As
something.
Sart, right, yeah.
Okay, so that gave you an excuse, right? Your heritage.
Yeah.
Okay. You got lucky there.
Yeah, I
got
was
lucky.
somehow lucky, yeah.
I see. So you were doing all this experimentation, playing different stuff. Before whatever happened in Syria happened, we don't want to go into much of that. You joined the band called the Hourglass. Was that before everything got too messy, right?
Yeah.
Which year, approximate, did you get into the Hourglass and how?
Hourglass, basically, they recorded their first album in the same studio when we recorded Nu.Clear.Dawn the year after.
2005?
And 2004, I believe, yeah. So, Rawad is like again, a good friend of mine, and he used to be the guitarist of Sphinx long time back. It's another band in Homs. They used to play covers. And we used to go to Homs to watch their concert, and they used to come to Aleppo to watch our concert in Aleppo. It's vice versa, like to support each other.
Mm-hmm.
And when he heard about that we are recording an album, he get excited, and he said we support him, like to come to record the same studio we recorded. Yeah, this is Hourglass, the first and the last concert in Aleppo.
The only.
The only concert
Yeah.
in Syria. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So he recorded the first album, and then the second album recorded in 2007, and he wanted to do a concert to somehow to launch the album or to promote the band, and he was looking for a drummer. At that time, like I was not with any band as a metal, and then he mentioned to me, "What about to join Hourglass and do this?" And I said, "Okay, let's do it. Let's try." Then we were looking to play first in the beginning in Damascus, and it didn't work. And then I told him, "Look, I have contacts here. Let's do it in Aleppo. The purpose of the concert first to enjoy, and the second to have material to promote
Promote the
ourselves. Yeah, to promote the band and to play outside."
So you
He said, like,
joined as a drummer to play live, but also as a member.
yeah, it
Right
wasn't
there.
like in the beginning. It wasn't like going
Nothing
to be
formal.
nothing formal. It was
Yeah.
like, let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's work together. And when we decided to do it in Aleppo, of course, we need to apply for the permits and all the papers, blah blah blah. And Bassem Davis came from Lebanon to Aleppo, and we
So we have
practiced together in my
Rawad with the
studio.
guitar and Bassem next to Rawad, and you're on the other side.
Yeah, I'm the first, and Rawad and Bassem.
Bassem.
Then we have and bassist Zahir, and then second guitar is Abdul Latif. He's from Homs as well. The
Yeah.
bassist from Damascus. He came from Damascus to practice in Aleppo. All of them, they were in Aleppo to practice in my studio. So we practiced pretty well, and the lineup was very good, and the set list was very good. A lot of Hourglass songs, because there are 2 albums, and we choose the best ones, and we added some covers, and we made the concert, and everything was fine. But I made a mistake. I was like, we shouldn't do, because the sound engineer, he was this owner of the studio where we record our albums. He volunteered, and he said, like, I want to do, if you cannot do the first concert, I will do it on my name. So he will go and do the process of the permits
Legalization. Yeah.
and everything. Apparently, he had an open permit that he can do a lot of concerts. He doesn't need to go with the details and everything.
Yeah.
Okay, we said, if it's okay, let's do it. So, because every time I used to do it by myself. So we finished the concert, and apparently before we finished the concert, we didn't know it was the last song. The security people al mukhabarat, let's say, they were already inside. So when we heard about this, Bassem was the first one who ran away from the backstage, and then we heard about this and we ran away. So, and when they came inside and they were asking who's Yeria, who was the one on the sound and the sound engineer and the owner of the studio, because the document was under his name.
Mm-hmm.
They took him. Put him in the car, and went to the police station.
What's his
him,
crime?
Satanism worship and supporting the Satanism.
Okay.
So, and we were worried about him because he's another in our age, like he's older than us, and he was like respectful person for. I mean, we loved him a lot, and why we put him in this situation, and he was there, just like keep asking him question. I think they left him go the second day, and we don't know what happened exactly, but he didn't want to tell us. And he left the second day, but they took from him all that document which was open to do any concert. So he's no more. He doesn't have that permits anymore.
He crossed the line, it seems.
Yeah. No more concert for you. Give me that paper. So anyway, so Bassem, he went back to Lebanon, and the guys went back to Homs, because all of them from Homs and Damascus. Hamdo was the only one who based in Aleppo. So after that, they called me and they said, "Come to Papa," and it was a long story as well.
They know everyone, and they know you were there, and they know. Yeah, of course, they get the information.
Yeah, they called me to the store and said, like, "Come." So I went there, and I don't know what was it was like early morning. I went out like I don't know when it was like late night. It's like almost dehydrated, like dead. I don't know what happened. But after that, I made good friends with them. It helped me somehow because I was artist syndicate, part of a member of artist syndicate, and
That you're
so
professional and you're registered and you're
yeah.
yeah,
So as a
yeah.
musician, but it was very tough inside. It was super tough. So it's like
Something you
more than
don't
you
want
can
to
imagine.
relive, I assume.
Yeah, it's like it was crazy, and I saw a lot of things which is like crazy stuff and
Torture.
torturing and places which I never expected that exist in that area. I was like the seventh floor down floor, and like I was like going down and going down and going down, going down, and it was like, what the hell is this, man? What's going on? And I thought I'm gonna stay here and no one gonna hear about me, and that's my final
Sometimes
day.
it feels a bit to me strange that you might be accused of whatever, but should the punishment be that you're just sit in a I wouldn't call it even a cell. I don't know if it's a cell, but be
It's
trapped in a place for a year or two, or even more for something like that.
no, but I was not expecting anything. I was like expecting everything bad. But the purpose of them, they were like, in a way, to give you a message that don't do it again. Next time, you will not be available.
So,
So,
yeah, they terrify you to never do it again.
yeah, you know how they.
That's the strategy usually, like fear, right? You just use fear,
Yeah,
so
they give you
everything
the fear,
works.
but that fear, it's enough to. You know very well. It's the
Yeah,
fear. It's like it was tough, a little bit. I mean, it's like for some moments you feel like you're done here.
yeah. Basim
You
says
don't know
that
what's
that
going
they
on.
asked Yahya, who's Rawad from Lebanon? Like, seems like they were confused, like between Basim and Rawad. So they asked Yahya, who's Rawad from Lebanon?
Yeah, maybe it's like it got confused because they didn't know that who from where, because when they checked, everyone is from not exist in Aleppo, because mainly the lineup is, well, the
Foreigners.
basis from Damascus and
Yeah.
Rawat from Homs and Basim from Lebanon, and they were like confused. Rawat from Lebanon and Basim from Daraa, for example.
Yeah. Well, Basim also wanted to correct something, at least from his part of the story, his side of the story, is that he changed his clothes, and I'm not gonna say it.
Yes,
And then Rawad told him that Rawad said to Basim, "Basim, you need to disappear. If they catch you, no one will know you are here, or you
exactly. I
where
mean,
you are. No one will know where you are. So it's just, you're gone. You
it is a
disappear."
panic moment because
Yeah.
it's like the last thing which will you have to go down and talk with the people and who was you're just trying to run away from somewhere and the back door, and they will, and we were like, there is a small door, go out from, no, not this door, they will find you from the back door. And it was a cinema. Actually, the place was a theater long back then,
Yeah.
and in, I believe, in the 60s or 70s, BGs or Bonnie M, they perform on the same stage. So after all those things, and they became a cinema, and cinema in that time, it was not well serviced. I mean, no one's taking care of it. It's like very bad old cinema, and you're running from the back. There is no light. You're hitting metal trusses on the floor
Yeah.
and jumping from on the boxes, and
It's chaos.
it's chaos.
I see. I see. So, but this is playing live, and still you got to just to record an EP with the Hourglass in 2010, Ancient Hope, right?
Yeah. So
How did, like, after all this scare, then came the EP?
yes,
How did that happen?
actually, when this happened, and I promised myself I'm not gonna play any more metal in Syria, and
Yeah.
that's what happened. I mean, but we had the opportunity to go to Dubai to play in a Desert Rock Festival in 2007.
Mm-hmm.
And we travel. We sent the CD and everything, and they accepted us, and we traveled from Dubai. We paid all the tickets and everything to come to Dubai and to be a part of the battle. They used to call it Shamal battle or something. Shamal or
The Norse battle, meaning the Norse.
Yeah, maybe Shamal Battle, North Battle, something like that.
Yeah.
So whoever participated the Shamal Battle and the Nune were gonna join to play the Desert Rock Festival. And they used to do it every year, but that year I don't know what happened when we reached to Dubai after a lot of difficulties as well, visa issues and
Yeah, we are Arab countries. We are one nation, but
yeah,
we need a
one
visa for every
nation.
step we do.
Yeah, we had a
Yeah,
lot of visa issues and problems, and after that, after
yeah.
many difficulties, we traveled to Dubai for Shamal Battle, and that time I think Bassem was not able to do it, so we had to call Yumni from Ascendant. He was in Dubai at that time, and we called him. We told him, "Man, help us! We have to perform these songs, and we have to prepare them in one day." And so,
Yeah,
but Yumni was like, he made a great job because what happened, like, we have to tell them that the organizer of Shamal Battle, that the singer is not with us anymore and he had a problem, so he couldn't manage to come. So we have another singer. And he said, "No, the rules are rules. You have to follow the rules. You sent us this the demos with the same singer and
uh,
it's supposed to be the same singer.
they
Otherwise,
worry.
you're not accepted."
Uh, yeah,
So then we have to call back to Damascus where we recorded the album, and then we removed we asked to send us the tracks without the vocal, and we called Yumni to record the vocal line on the same track, and we mix it and we send it to
really.
them. Yeah, this
And
one day, I'm not kidding, one day or 2 days and everything. We record everything at Yumni's house and we send it to them, and he said, "Okay, it's fine, you're accepted." And
I
we were
can't
like
believe this. Like,
on,
how did you imagine that this would work as a solution? Like, record it on
yeah,
one day and send it, and then it just fits the
exactly,
rules.
exactly. So
Sounds
then,
like a bureaucracy thing. That's yeah,
yeah, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable tension and problems
yeah,
and all these things.
yeah.
So after they approved it, we're like, oh, let's enjoy a little bit Dubai. And second day, they announced that the festival is cancelled.
Why?
We don't know.
Really? Damn it! That sounds
So
like a nightmare. Okay.
so we have to cancel. We had a big argument with them. We paid all this money. We came to Dubai to have this battle and blah blah blah. So they promised us to for the next battle, which is delayed to 4 or 5 months, I believe. To they will cover the tickets and the visa and all these things. But of course, no one did anything. And the Shamal battle done one day before the festival, and the second day was the festival. So gone. So and then that time we decided to me and Rawad, let's open a new page. Let's forget everything. Let's
Okay.
bring new material, a new production, a
Yeah.
new something new on the plate. Like let's do something, refresh ourselves, and to be more excited, and to again to approach people and different people, and to do promote ourselves in a different way. And that time when when we recorded the Ancient Home, I was somehow me and Rawad, we were like because Rawad was composing by himself, so me and Rawad we become like a let's do it together, let's work together as a this album. And then we start working on the album in my studio. He used to travel from Homs to Aleppo, and we practice in my studio. And then we recorded in Damascus. And after we record the album, actually it's EP. You cannot say album. We start promoting. We approach Virgin Megastore, and we had different approach. So we tried to approach everyone in the business in terms of to promote our the albums, the EP and the first two albums. Yeah, this is the cover
Ancient
of
Hope.
the Ancient Home.
Yeah.
And then it was good, and people, I think people they like this EP. I got a lot of good feedback and reviews about this EP, and it was wherever Rawad or wherever we decided, it was a good refreshment, and people they start listening to Hourglass because of this EP. And then we had the opportunity when we started promoting this one to open for John Oliva from Sabotage. I believe before that we made the concert in Lebanon where we met in Summer Fusion. I think in 2009, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there were many things happening in parallel, right? The concerts and the recording and all that. I think before we move forward much with the EP, I'm going to play one track from the EP. But just to jump quickly to the Summer Fusion thing. So that's the poster
Yeah.
for Summer Fusion.
Yeah.
2010. And there
2010.
was Mean, a band many people know. Bandage, Alain Azar,
Yeah.
The Hourglass, Blood Ink, which was a thing, Oblivion. So all of those bands used to be stuff I enjoyed. But many of them are unfortunately not so active anymore, or not even a band anymore. But for me also was the first time I saw The Hourglass. And I guess I met you on that year, in 2010, when you came to Lebanon for this concert. And I got the Ancient Hope EP. I was actually distributing it, and we were selling albums for everyone around. So we took a package of those things and we distributed them. I still have the EP. I have the other albums. And you are 100% right. This EP took me back to the albums. And I enjoyed this. So I went back and I enjoyed the albums. And I mentioned to you before, I actually enjoyed the lyrics that Rawad writes. He writes very interesting, very thoughtful lyrics.
He's very good in lyrics.
I hope I maybe have them one time as a guest also to talk about his side of the story and his own journey with Hourglass. What comes before it, and I don't know what's happening after it. And I see here on the back of the EP something else that's good to mention. It's arranged by the Hourglass, recorded, mixed, and mastered, musically produced by Omar Harb. So that's a person you mentioned to me. Adel Saflu, who was a guest also here on the show, mentioned to me as one of the most productive, influential bass players from Syria.
Yeah, Omar Harb is like a phenomenal bass player, and he's a good producer as well. He helps out a lot while we are recording this EP, and in terms of like ideas, how to put it all together as a. When you're recording a song or composing a song, you have sometimes you need someone who's watching from outside and tell you
a third eye perspective or a side perspective.
Correct. Yeah. So that he was that guy, and plus that he recorded the bass lines in the EP. Actually, not only the EP, I think the second album as well. The second album he did the bass line, and he is part of a lot of things, even. A lot of recording that we did in his studio. One of the tracks which we recorded with Zach Stevens and John Oliva as well is like most of the tracks that I recorded in his studio, he's part of it.
Okay, so he's been part of many bands, right? And supporting many bands. I think he also later work with Rawad on whatever later became Rasas and some other projects. Maybe we'll get to that and talk a bit about it in a bit.
Yeah.
I'm going to play one track from Ancient Hope, just again to give a taste of what that is, if somebody's not familiar with it. And then we'll get back to move forward with Hourglass and what Hourglass was doing. We have later more stuff that you recorded also with Hourglass. I think it was a single. Let's listen to the track and then we'll continue from there.
Okay.
Is this the heaven that you promised? You deceive us all, I must confess. All I know is that I deny you forever. Our game here is nearly over. How could my time come? I'm a lord, I'm a sage, I'm a god. I realize that there's no way out. I smite in irony and died. Why still believe? Look down and see. The truth lies beneath. The footprints are so clear. The elders gather now. To a god they will bow. Why you still believe? You shouldn't, can't you see? And now we've crossed the line, blindly follow the false lights. Our lives been ruined, our dreams are scanned. Our time is nearly close at hand. Now the end is clear as glass. Death and pain forever last. Forever lost. Forever lost. Am I lost forever? Are we lost forever? An ancient hope has died. In the city of the evil ones, a deceptive light was born. In the land of the free, an ancient hope has died. In this hard dream, the first family is tried.
So that was Forever Lost from Ancient Hope.
Yeah.
And somehow I sometimes feel a bit sad that something seems always to be going in the right direction, and then somehow things don't go the right direction. Hourglass, I think the last EP was this one, and the last full record was this one. After that came one last single,
Two singles,
two
actually.
singles. So,
Yeah.
but also several years later. That's 2010. I think the single was 2013, if I'm not wrong. And that was Play the Pawn.
Yeah, Play the Palm was done by the. Actually, I don't remember the date. I think it's 2000. It was earlier. I think like 2013. I think 2013 or 14. We made another single. Well, first one is the Play the Pawn. Play the Pawn was like after the conflict which happened for John Oliva. He's supposed to come to Dubai, and he didn't. He couldn't manage to. They missed the flight, and I don't want to go deep with that story. It was like a lot of problems, and then again we came to Dubai, and we didn't play anything. We came back. We went back to Syria as well. So when we came for the third time, which is 2012, we played for opening act for Zach Stevens and for Circle to Circle. So we told them about the story. We told him about the story of what happened between us and John Oliva. We came all the way from Syria, and John Oliva couldn't manage, blah blah blah. And Zach was like very supportive, like guys, I'm happy to do. Of course, we talked about it, like, and we decided to record song together, like me and Rawad of Hourglass, like with Zach Steven and John Oliva. So. We called it Play the Pawn, and then after that, a couple of years after, we did another song
Yeah,
with
it's
Zach
A Glorious
Stevens.
Suicide. Was
A Glorious Suicide, yeah. It's with Zach Stevens and
Marcella Bovio.
yeah, from Stream of Passion, or people who listen to Arion as well. She's part of it as well, all the albums.
Yeah.
Basically, that time we was like we had different approach that Hourglass. To go more into the concept again for the progressive element, blah blah blah, like Arian, and because Rawad more into the electronic stuff and synthesizer, and he wants to work on that more in details. But it wasn't. Looks the thing was very complicated, and Rawad decided to disband the band and to focus on different music and different genre. Just like actually, again, I mean, when you say Nu.Clear.Dawn, I remember the whole days, like the good days and the old days, and a lot of memories, like teenagers, blah blah blah. Hourglass, basically, for me, it was like good days as well, but a lot of problems. We had a lot of problems. When it comes to Ascendant, for example, it's you become more mature and more, you know what exactly you need, and it's like you do it in different ways. Like that's an Hourglass. It's like somehow it's like we struggled a lot. I mean, I remember one day I was with Rawad, and I was like, I'm not. This is the max. This is enough. I cannot handle any more than more than what is happening for us. I mean, what do you want us to do? I mean, we were going to travel everywhere. We're trying our best just to have fun for 1 hour. We struggled this much, and blah blah blah. Give up. But it wasn't. It was like maybe 6 months. After 6 months, I called Rawad. Rawad, when are we gonna play? Let's do a show or something.
So yeah, it feels sometimes you miss it. You want to do it, but then you start to try, and things get difficult and messy, and then it's ups and downs, right?
So it was like that.
So I wanted to play the tracks, but we just mentioned the title of the tracks. I'm sure Patrick will share them in the comment section. So the last two tracks released as the Hourglass, one was called "Play the Pawn," with John Oliva and Zach Stevens, and the other was called "A Glorious Suicide" with Zach Stevens and Marcella Bovio. And I've listened to both tracks. I personally like the last one, the more proggy one, but they're both great tracks. And we'll put them in the comment section. I want to move forward in time and go to the point where you weren't involved anymore in Hourglass. If you want to quickly tell me, so you just at one day decided to leave the band, or Rawad already broke it up before you even you didn't leave Hourglass, right? Rawad
No, I didn't.
stopped it.
Actually, the second track when we recorded, we were already recorded again. I was in Dubai and he was in Damascus. And
Logistics.
Zach. Yeah, I mean, we recorded like remotely. Like I recorded here, and the plan is to continue like that because I don't mind to do it and put the ideas all together. And we recorded in the studio, just gathered all the things. But after he decided, like he had a different idea for himself because it's. That's you need to ask him. We had a lot of discussion about this. We shouldn't do it then, and he somehow. I can understand his situation. He's like he get tired. Even me, I get tired from all those difficulties. We were in one place and we had a lot of difficulties. What about now? We were in different place.
Yeah.
And a lot of difficulties. So he decided to disband the band until we don't know. Maybe one day. We'll come back to do one show, or we can do something else. We don't know.
So it's nice that these are things like on good terms, right? There's no like bad feelings. There's no arguments. Just good terms. Situation forces you to put things on hold. You put them on hold, and if one day it's like you feel it's the time to go back for that and record something new, then why not, right?
Yeah, I mean,
and this is somehow still valid for Nu.Clear.Dawn.
Yeah.
somehow I would say somehow.
Yeah. Somehow.
Okay. I want to move forward till where you got to Dubai. You moved to Dubai 2011, you said?
Yeah, 2012.
12.
It's like, yeah.
And as you told me, it didn't take you much to find kind of a band to play with, right?
Actually, what happened, like when we were opening Zach Stevens in the Circle with Hourglass, which was 2012, because I came to Dubai basically to play that show.
Yeah.
So when I played the show, and then I stayed in Dubai. So Ala was a friend of Rawad, and they know each other from before I moved to Dubai.
Yeah.
So and they were talking about that I'm looking for a drummer, and Rawad saying like, okay, you have to look for a drummer. It's like what about Aram? Oh, you want Aram?
Yeah.
Okay, talk to him if he will agree.
I see how it goes. Yeah.
And then we had a discussion, me and Ala, about band. The beginning, I wasn't in the mood to be in the band. I mean, I went out from the country because of the war. I was in Dubai and I didn't know what was going to happen. It was like somehow difficult for me, the life in the beginning. So I don't want to be in charge of or
responsibilities and
responsibility or
yeah.
Practice and put the songs together and
plan and organize and yeah.
I want to look after my life, what will gonna happen to me. Just like I want to see where am I, what next. So the guys were very supportive. I mean, all of them, in a sentence. I mean, starting from Ala or Ashish or Puneet or Yumni. In the beginning, Yumni was not there, and they didn't have a vocalist, and they were looking for a vocalist, and they were looking for a drummer.
Mm-hmm.
They auditioned a lot of drummers before I joined the band, and then when I joined, they were like always supporting me. I mean, in every way. It's like so I felt like I like the atmosphere. I like the
You're comfortable with the team.
Yeah, comfortable. I feel like it's fun. I mean, and I was keep saying to Allah, man, I was like, try to avoid the problems. I gave up from the band's problem,
Yeah.
but I never had that issue. I mean, it was everything is smooth, but it was taking too much time. So we practiced. The beginning was very fast. We practiced a couple of times. Yumni was in town in Dubai. I told Yumni. Yumni joined the band, and we started practicing on the songs. Blah blah blah. We made the first show maybe 3 songs, one and 2 covers, I believe, 2 original songs and 2 covers. It was like somewhere in 2013, like a few months.
Yeah. Quite fast, yeah, as you said.
Yeah, I think it's like a June, even June 29, first show of Ascendant.
Yeah.
So it was like a couple of months, and then we keep practicing new songs, new material, and every time when we used to play a new song, like one more new song. Like it's like first show was 3 original and 3 covers, and then second show 4 original, 1 cover, and then we become like full original.
So building up material, right? Like if you do 10
Building up-
shows, you have an album.
And we were trying to see the feedback of the audience, and we used to
Yeah.
play the song.
Yeah.
They didn't like it. Change it.
Yeah. Did
Or-
you figure out like what the audience likes and doesn't like, kind of?
Yeah. It was like we used to record everything, and we used to keep the material, and we used to listen. And then, no, the riff is good, but there is something missing. We used to work on it, and we used
Okay.
to remove and put. So that's why the process for the finishing the album, it takes a lot of time.
But I have to interrupt you and say, I did notice the work. When you spend
Yeah.
that much time to tweak and optimize and improve and change and adjust, it is felt in the album that this album has been worked on. The tracks are
yeah,
arranged and organized and reshaped to be a coherent track.
of course. I mean, we spend a lot of we spend time not for the album. We spend a lot of time for each track.
Yeah.
We were like in details. Yumni, for example, he goes like here and there and this harmony and this. All of us, we were like, like we used to keep repeat and do and put and after we decide everything, we entered the studio and record everything in one shot. Plus, I believe I don't know if I mentioned we had a guest as well from Cradle of Filth. What's her name? Lindsay Schoolcraft. She used to be the keyboardist, and she used to sing the backing track and the female vocalist line in Cradle of Filth. She was guest in one of the track in Morning Light. Yeah, and there is another good story in the album. It's that we had one of the track which mainly it's composed by Yumni, Land of the Thousand Echoes.
Yeah.
That the story behind of that song where the people who tried to run away from Turkey to Cyprus or Greece by boats, and people who died in the sea.
The chaos of
we-
those years in Libya and
Yeah,
people
so, many
fleeing.
many
yeah.
Syrians. I had a good, very close friend. She was very close friend, and unfortunately, she died with her sister.
She drowned in
and-
the boat.
Yeah, she drowned on the boat, and we had again another friends, which is they are guests in the album, Simon and Elias Abu Asali, and they were in the boat as well. So they had the experience, and Yumni's idea was like, why we don't give someone to do the solo who experienced that moment? And
Like
we
the
said,
feelings of that moment in the
yeah.
solo.
So when you go to
That's-
that track
Yeah.
and the solo part, especially the guitar solo, the way how he did the solo is like it's a wind, the sound of the motion and the sea and the wind when it's blown very different, the odd way, and that old kind of with the horror sounds. It's just made that solo to give that purpose, and so it's like the feeling of that is like very negative, and it gives negative vibe. But that's the message, that the people who struggled and died in that sea.
Well, something like a tragedy like that cannot be happy, right? Or it has to
Yeah,
have
of course.
the feeling in it, and sometimes reliving those moments is kind of a reminder how to not to get yourself in such situations in life, or how to survive and
Exactly.
keep going after such situations in life. And yeah, we pass on those subjects. It seems very often in our discussions with many of our guests. A lot of people from Lebanon have been to some difficulties, from Syria,
Yeah.
from the people we talk to. There's always, let's say, a bit more difficulties in our lives. but we still do the music. We go to other countries. We reestablish
Yeah.
ourselves somehow. It took you some time to resettle in Dubai, to find your comfort again. As you said at the beginning, you were like too worried about headaches and all that. But eventually you're back. You're making music again. You're playing your live sets again. So it's always a bump, but eventually you'll go through it and you'll get back on track. I wanted to play a track. I actually downloaded the 2 tracks to play from Ascendant before we continue on the subject of Ascendant. But now that you mentioned this one, I'm a bit kind of curious to play that one. I personally liked all the tracks, and I have to tell this kind of weird story shortly. I sometimes put an album when I go to the supermarket, and I expect myself to just be listening to metal and buying my stuff. I like to do
Yeah.
that. But some albums are embarrassing. Some albums, I put them and they're really embarrassing because I'll be like shaking a lot and I cannot really pick up stuff. And that album was like that for me. It was just embarrassing. I was moving with the tracks too much, and sometimes, headbanging, picking up some beer, like it looks like a metalhead preparing for his night out. So I really enjoyed the album, and I listened to it before, but now again, I played it like 2-3 times in a row. And I got more and more familiar with the tracks, and I really enjoyed them all. I don't know, for some reason, I particularly enjoyed more Tears of His Majesty. I don't know why. I enjoyed every track differently. I also felt a nice diversity. I'm going to play one track. I don't know if I should maybe leave that to you to decide. There's Tears of His Majesty. There is Land of the Thousand Echoes. And there's Doomsday Machine.
Maybe we can go for the Land of the Thousand Echoes.
Okay, because we talked about it, right? It would be a
Yeah.
bit. Let's go with that. Listen to it. It's a relatively longer track, but we're not in a hurry. Let's go.
Okay.
wakeful body swaying through my conscious mind. Move on with fierce devotion to the sea with me. Commotion, I'm tossing on the ocean. You won't see the fear in me. Perhaps it's the tip from what's left of my freedom's bill, when the torrent of blood wreaked my free will. But I'll play with you this game of breath. I'll overcome the flood of the time to end my show.
Okay, that was the track. So we talked about it. Now we can hear it and we get an idea what we're talking about.
Yeah.
But I would encourage anyone who hasn't heard the album to listen to it in its entirety. And my advice to anyone listening to any kind of music, especially metal, is give it the time it needs, the focus it needs, not only in the supermarket like I do. So sit at home sometimes, listen, but also use the proper equipment. So if it's requires fidelity in the audio, try to get good earphones, good headphones to give you the same sound that the artist was hearing when he made his own music. So if you want to really listen to what the artist is trying to make, you should get the proper equipment to get that same level of quality and the details, to listen to the details in the music. I still see some people listening to metal music with beats by Dr. Dre. So that's just one example of how to do things the worst way possible. Let's continue from there on Ascendant. I think I wanted to share the image of the album, but I think it was already running all the time with this track.
Yeah.
It was released in 2017, 1,000 Echoes. And just to recap on the band, that's the band, right?
Yeah.
So
We
we have-
never changed the lineup. It's from the day one until today. It's the same lineup. But when we played, only what happened, the only time what happened when we played in Lebanon, opening for Destruction, which was the last concert of Ascendant. The guitarist, he was recently moved to Canada, Ashish, and the bassist he couldn't manage because of the visa issue again. So we called one of our close friend who based in Dubai, who covered Ashish. His name is Vivian, and bassist again. We we called Amar. Omar,
He's the savior.
Savior. I told him, like, man, please help us. And again, in two days or 3 days, he prepared the songs, and we rehearsed 1 or 2 times, and we played the show together in Lebanon. That was in 2018, I believe. And after that, nothing for now.
So that would be
this-
that
this-
would be it.
Yeah, that's the poster of the.
Beirut Metal Fest 2018, September 7th, September 8th. There's Destruction. That's supposed to be Decapitated. And the Weeping Willow, Ascendant. That's where you were
Yeah.
playing. You played with Zix, and Eden,
Yeah.
Slaves to Sun, Phenomy, Sound of the Degeneration, and Fourth Dimensions. So I think that band, I haven't seen them live for many, many years. I've never seen Zix live. So in 2018, unfortunately, I wasn't in Lebanon. I did miss this one, but I wish I was there.
It was good show. We had fun. It was nice. It was nice. Yeah, but before this show, we had a lot of good shows with Ascendant. Very good shows. I mean, all of them I can recall, and one of the first shows, one of the which is the best shows, when we opened to Europe here in Dubai, and we opened a lot of. Yeah, this is the poster. It was very good show. It was in a stadium, a tennis stadium, and it was full of people, a little pack. And we opened for Alexandria, we opened for Still Engraved, we opened from Salem, we opened for Lake of Tears, we opened for actually the same day when we launched the album, Lacrimus Performer was there as well. We played together. We opened Circuit to Circle again. Actually, I opened Circuit to Circle, me personally, 3 times. First time with Nu.Clear.Dawn, second time with Hourglass, third time with Ascendant.
That is very, very, very interesting fact.
Yeah,
How strange can it be?
and Zach told me, like, wherever we go, wherever you come to Middle East, you're always there.
But it's very strange that you were part of 3 bands, and every
Yeah.
time you open for the same thing.
So
Yeah.
it was fun, and we had a lot of good moments and good days, and with the guys in Circuit the Circle, we became a good friends. And I remember the drummer unfortunately passed away after 2 years from the show. It was very sad. So, but it was fun. It was fun playing with the guys, all of them. I mean, including Zach Stevens. You know, Zach Stevens from Sabotage. It's one of my idols, like in singing. So I had very good moments. Like one of the good moments I remember, like the drummer was using my pedals, my
Yeah.
twin pedals, and they wanted to give a like something as a thank you that they used my pedals. So Zach was telling me like, did you check the pedals? I said, yeah, the pedals are with me. Yeah, but did you put it in the case? Put it in the case, safe case, just to be careful that the pedal is like in the safe. I told him, yeah, we're gonna put it in the case. So no. Be sure it's in the case. Everything is in the
There's
case.
something in the case. Okay.
Yeah, there is a message. Then I thought, okay, man, I will put it in the case. So when I opened the case, there was a gift from him, from the bands, a signed T-shirt from all of them, and so it was like a thank you for you that we used your pedal.
That's nice.
So yeah, that's nice. Yeah, and one of the great shows again that we did with Ascendant when Tim Owens from Judas Priest and Malmsteen and Iced Earth, who Tim Owens like the Reaper. So when he came to Dubai, we as a band we played all the show with him. We were like a backing track band for all Judas Priest songs and few tracks from his. Yeah, that's me. That playing with Tim Owens but unfortunately we had an accident before the show, like 4 days. We were practicing for all the songs, and before Tim Owens, because we just did one rehearsal with him, but as a band we were practicing earlier.
Yeah.
So 4 days before the show, Ala, who was the guitarist, he had an accident and he broke his arm. So he couldn't.
Oh. Yeah.
So we were looking for a replacement, and that day, Rawad from Hourglass was in Dubai, and we asked him to cover. I believe it was like a 15 or 16 songs of Judas Priest, including Painkiller.
It had like minutes to be ready for that.
Yeah, we asked Rawad to at least prepare. See, you can see here the lineup. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that's Rawad.
Rawad is there, so he covered half of the songs, and there is another guy in the picture, so he covered the other songs as well, the remaining songs.
Yeah.
So because 4 days is not enough to finish all the songs in one shot, so we told Rawad, just work wherever you like, and for the remaining track, for the other guy to play everything.
Did it work out at the end? Everything went smooth?
Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, I love that show. It's a very great show, and the opening was Painkiller, and I was like, crazy. It was nice show. I think there is videos on YouTube. You can find them playing Painkiller, I believe. Yeah.
So what's the situation now with Ascendant? Is the band...
Ascendant is on hold because everyone is
On
in
hold.
different country right now. I mean,
So it's always the thing with like everyone moving around, right? Country to country to country.
unfortunately, in Middle East, to make a metal band, it's very difficult. You cannot stay with one band and same member lineup forever. I believe it's with every band, but they have different reasons or different problems. I mean, we're talking about international or European bands. Either they're like not happy with the music, or he's not happy with the lineup, or he's just looking for something better, or the opportunity. But in Middle East, it's always like leaving the country and going to another country. It's always like that. I mean, you cannot stay in one band with the same lineup for many years. Like the band member of Ascendant, all of them are outside Dubai. Like Ala and Ashish is there in Canada. Yumni is the vocalist, is in Holland, and Puneet, who's the bassist, he used to be in Spain. I think he's back in between US and Spain. He's
So it
here
would
and
be
there.
difficult to record something else or even go live or play somewhere unless somebody's on vacation or you're all on vacation and meet in Dubai and play a gig, right? You can't
Um,
really
uh,
plan much.
yeah, we cannot plan much. We
Mm.
don't want to mention that Ascended is no more exist, but we still in touch. We still talking about music. We still talking about new materials. Um, but nothing. There's nothing on the floor right now. It's
So
like nothing.
also there's the COVID days, right? So maybe post COVID days, if you're invited to
Yeah,
play a gig, if it's maybe I don't know where, if it's worth it, you might be motivated to
yeah. If
do
we
that.
had an opportunity to play in Europe, maybe it will be more easier
Hmm.
because all of us will fly in one place, like a
Yeah, a common point or a shared location or a
yeah, yeah.
halfway
They can
location to meet.
exactly because
Yeah,
from Canada to Dubai it's a long trip, but maybe from
yeah,
Canada to Europe and me to Europe will be more easier.
that would work.
Yeah, it will
Until
be
we have
work.
full virtual concerts where nobody goes anywhere and you just put the VR and watch the
Exactly,
VR concert.
exactly.
I'm gonna play next. I wouldn't call it a track. Part of it is a track. Part of it is a video. A portion of something, and then we'll talk about it at the middle. I'll play some part of that. Then we'll talk about it. I'll leave the video to explain itself, and then we'll talk about it. Okay.
Fly down now. It's yours now.
أمام 6000 متفرج.
We want you all to get down here. Are you happy? Come on!
So I'm not gonna play the entire video. It's gonna be shared in the comments. But we're talking about Jack Power, and I think if you are a fan of rock music from Syria, you cannot talk about rock without talking about Jack Power. You cannot talk about a metal scene today without talking about Jack Power, right?
Yeah, it's true. It's uh, it's very sad that what happened. Uh, I still not. I mean, I was expecting somehow because I was like in touch with him every day almost.
Mm-hmm.
I was expecting to any day to receive a message or call that he's not or he's like passed away or something. But even though like I received the message, uh, I don't know what happened. I was in the office. I tried to hold myself, but when I came home, I don't know what happened to me. It was very sad and emotionally, I was like super down. Jack Power is a unfortunately he should like go more outside and people to know about him. But he couldn't manage to do this, and I was always trying to support him too, in terms of like to do more shows, to play more concerts, and to play as much as we can, to go around and to people meet him. And he is a type of person that is very down to earth and very humble and very good heart person. He likes to sit and talk hours about Black Sabbath and Deep Purple and Led Zeppelin and Whitesnake and Motorhead or all these classical rock bands from 70s era. He is like from inside he's like a kid, like when we just listen to metal and rock, and he's still that guy. I mean, he's still, when you sit with him, you like listen to Black Sabbath, he will feel like for the first time he's listening to the song. He's never get bored. He's like die hard fan of all this kind of music and musicians and people, even people who likes to listen to this kind of music or to play this kind of music. He will be super happy. He's like he has like like he won the lottery and the guy is in front of him playing few chords of Led Zeppelin or Black Sabbath, and he will talk about this music hours and hours. Basically, he had a phenomenal voice, and he can switch. We used to tell him like, "Where is your buttons here on your neck?" Because he's like, just suddenly he moved from Led Zeppelin, Robert Plant to Ozzy Osbourne to Dio to David Coverdale or Ian Gillan. So he was like he was like amazing guy. But unfortunately, we lost him in a not very like I say, not young age. It's not like very old age, and I was expecting at least to go back to Aleppo to see him again. And I was keep saying him like one day when I go back to Aleppo, we're gonna do definitely a concert or something or yeah. And I remember like one day, it was like before a couple of days when he was passing away. I told him, man, your voice is still back, still good, man. Like let's do concert then. And he said, I'm ready. And he said like, we're gonna play some song. And he started singing to me like Led Zeppelin and Black Sabbath on the phone. And I told him like, I'm super happy for you, Jack. I mean, we will definitely will do something. Just be Jack Power as you are, and get well soon, and we will meet again. And it was like not even 1 week, few days later he passed away. Jack, like
Yeah.
yeah, Jack, he started like early, and everyone in Syria, all the rockers, they used to be like an idol for him. It's like to meet Jack, talk about music, to go to his concerts, and yeah, it
You
was like
mentioned the beginning with Nu.Clear.Dawn when he was with you, and you wouldn't expect him to join your band, your young boys, and his Jack Power.
yeah, exactly. And the last few concerts, even during after the war, before he died, like 2 years ago, like the last like, couple of shows that he did, he was playing with a younger generation than our generation, the younger generation. I mean, the last couple of shows that he made, it was
Yeah.
like with the new generation, basically.
Still getting people into rock, still like spreading the music and the feel and
Yeah, yeah,
this excitement for it and this dedication to it, right?
exactly.
He mentioned in this video at the beginning that one of his first concerts, it was weird what rock was, and nobody understood what rock was when he started. And it was in 1988, the Aleppo Citadel concert. That's the poster for it. It's
Yeah.
kind of strange that it had the German title, Weltschmerz, so it's world pain.
Yeah, I'm.
I
he
searched
told
around.
me the story.
Mm.
but I don't remember. This is like from the band. I think the band members they decided to do something.
But this is
You're
with
you're
جمعية حماية الطفل, so it's with an organization to protect the young babies or the young children. And this is kind of, it seems like a fundraiser. I searched for this Weltschmerz organization or events. They used to do concerts around in different countries to raise money to help young children to go to school and to improve their life situation. So
okay.
I did a bit of digging, tried to find a bit more information on the title Weltschmerz. But it is interesting that it's 1988 and there's a band in Syria playing Black Sabbath, Led Zeppelin, and all those, and 6,000 people attending their event.
Yeah, yeah,
So he was a phenomenon at the time, and maintained that icon image until the last days.
exactly, exactly. But yeah, but unfortunately, he was always alone. I mean, uh, the band they were performing together again. All of them they left the country, and he was always alone. He was always looking for a band member. He was always looking for a guitarist. He was always looking for a drummer. And then when he tried to find, he made a couple of concerts with different lineup, and always they were like uh, trying to convince the guys to play this kind of music, and they were like always, okay, we will play for you, but only this time. And then every time he used to change the lineup until that somehow our generation when we were like there, and he was super happy. At least there are some people talking about the rock and metal, about Black Sabbath, not only like to play one concert with him and then after that they leave the band, or and then he start looking for another band members just to do another concert. That's why when I start playing with him like in 2005 and 6, all the show that we did either in Aleppo and Damascus, where it was the first time for him went to go out from Aleppo to play something outside Aleppo. It was in Damascus in 2008, I think 2007 or 8.
7, I think.
Yeah, so we played together there, and it was nice. A lot of people. He had a lot of fun as well. Yeah, yeah. This is one of the posters that played together.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was somehow like finally he used to say, I finally found people that I can trust him, and just to not to find a musician, just to play and play better and better and play different songs as well. He was somehow super happy with that one, but unfortunately we couldn't manage to record anything with his voice like proper in the studio.
So in this entire time, there's no real quality recording of his voice?
No, only concerts.
That's
Basically he made a lot of soundtracks for Syrian TV series with his voice, of course.
really? Okay.
Yeah, and he was a part of the soundtrack for the Jesus Christ movie, for the
Superstar?
Passion.
Jesus Christ Superstar or the Passion
No,
of
no,
Christ?
no, no. The Passion of Christ, Mel
Really?
Gibson's movie. Yeah,
Really?
yeah. He's doing the voice, all this, all the backing tracks and all the things, and he was.
How did he get on that kind of project?
I don't know, but he was working with the guy who used to do a lot of soundtracks for many TV series. His name is Samir Kouefati.
Okay.
And through this guy, I think that Mel Gibson or one of, I'm not sure who exactly, they were looking for some Oriental, like from this era, like from Oriental era, like the Middle East
Yeah,
region.
to give the feel of the
To get the feel of
the Levant. Yeah.
Yeah, so through connections, blah blah blah. So he made the recording in Aleppo, and they sent it to US
That's-
for the movie.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So if I look for later, I will look for the Passion of the Christ soundtrack. His voice is
Yeah.
on it.
His voice is
Somehow.
on it, yeah. Yeah, some where exactly I'm not sure, but it's there. It's
I'm
like
gonna listen to the whole thing tomorrow.
yeah, and
I will try to find it because for me this is really interesting.
yeah, plus some a lot of Syrian soundtracks for the TV series. He made a lot of voiceover or a cappella voices and all these things. Yeah. Other than that, there is nothing. I mean, I would always like asking, like, let's work on something similar to Black Sabbath to record something for you, and then unfortunately didn't work.
Yeah, that's definitely sad, but still, he's part of the history now, and
Yeah, it's a part of
he's
history.
yeah, he's still an icon and still an inspiration to some people. But it would be interesting to kind of make a kind of, I don't know, short documentary about his life, or it's a unique, very unique story that should be told, and I don't know, an extended version maybe of it. Um, I will, as I said, I will look for the Passion of the Christ soundtrack and try to find the passages or maybe the track where he's featured more than others or something. Maybe I will share that later.
Yeah, even Bassem, he's commenting here, like, I'm just like recently,
Yeah.
it's like, because he had the chance to meet Jack Power,
Oh,
Bassem
okay.
Davis, and yeah, when he was in Aleppo.
Yeah, I saw Bassem.
Uh,
He said that at the time of Jack Power, society couldn't accept long hair and the music back in the 60s and 70s. So we're still the same situation today. Like a long hair is still like a negative thing, and it's not nothing really changed. Like we're talking 60 years ago, right, or 50 years
yeah,
ago.
it's nothing changed. It's still the same. Yeah.
Yeah, so we remain as outsiders to our society in general, just because we like a different type of music.
I tell you a story which no one heard about Jack Power that they used to tell me. I don't know.
Yeah.
First, when he got the Led Zeppelin album, uh, and he went home. This is before he decided to be a singer. He went home to listen to one of the Led Zeppelin album, but you know, then in the vinyls there is the RPM. There's 30 and 60 and
Yeah.
different.
Yeah.
So apparently he didn't know that he put the vinyl and the speed was like not on the normal speed. It was on the high speed.
Okay. Okay.
So he was listening to the album for days in that way.
Wow. Okay.
And he was listening, man. It was like, this is something very weird. I like it. And when you speed the song, the pitch will be more higher.
Yeah. So he was
To become-
practicing to sing it the same way.
Yes.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. I can imagine.
So he was practicing all the time with. He was trying to reach that note.
Yeah.
And then one day he visited another store and he was like listening. Somebody was listening to Led Zeppelin. He was said like, I know this song, but who is this? Who are these guys? And the guy said, it's Led Zeppelin. Which album? He said like, I don't know, maybe the first or second album. He said that the second album. But whatever I have is this is different. It's this almost the same. Yeah, because maybe you need to change the speed. And he was like, really? He went back home and changed the speed and started singing all Led Zeppelin song easily.
Because he practiced already, like twice the difficulty. So, I see. It's like an exercise thing. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Like
That's an
a speed,
interesting
like
story,
like a blast beat, like blast
Yeah,
beat, for example.
yeah.
And then apparently it's like.
There's another video of him singing, and I think it was in 2007, 2009. Ariel by Rainbow. It's a cover, and also you can hear like in 2009 his range and going, and he was phenomenal. He was a phenomenal singer. So yeah, I would definitely believe that he would just sing comfortably Led Zeppelin stuff.
Yeah.
Again, we'll share that track. That's one of the very few tracks I found on YouTube, unfortunately. I hope later maybe some people would have more, will be able to upload more. But we'll put that also in the comments.
Yeah, I will post some on YouTube soon from the old concert that we used to do it. And definitely we're going to share it in the page.
Yeah, any material will be
Yeah.
highly appreciated. I want to go two directions forward in what we're talking about. So, one thing would be short, I guess. What would be the next thing you plan to do as a rock to metal musician?
For myself or for in general, like
In general, are you planning to join any project to record something new? Is any band now looking for a drummer that contacted you recently?
um,
You mentioned the Nu.Clear.Dawn thing, brewing, right?
that's something like that happens in the COVID. I mean, we just like I
It
was
might not
listening.
develop further.
We don't know. I'm not sure about it. Like
Okay.
it's something. It's not decided yet. But
Yeah.
something which has recently happened, like that I recorded with Wasaya, who is the one of my best friend, and we recorded. They recorded full album.
Tariq Shahabi is the main guy
Tarek
behind it,
Shahabi,
right?
yeah. I couldn't record the first album because that time during the recording was I was like not in financially I was not very good to support him or support
The project.
the project or to cover the cost of the recording in a way. And the same thing for him as well. So I supported him in different way. But definitely I'm ready for any recording that if it's coming in the product in the future. But we did before the COVID exactly. We did one track, the single track. We recorded with. I recorded here in Dubai, and he was in Damascus. And the bassist who was Christopher from Pain of Salvation, and the vocalist Mike. They used to be from a band called Cloudscape, and now he's like it's a progressive metal album, progressive metal band, Cloudscape, and then the band is disbanded, does no more exist anymore. So he's just performing with a band called Tungsten, and yeah, everyone recorded in their home studio, and we mixed it and mastered it in Damascus. People like it. I mean, even me, it was like good.
Is Tariq in Damascus?
Yeah, it's like
Okay,
in Damascus.
okay.
Yeah. And hopefully, like we're looking for the future to record some new material.
Yeah,
But
Tariq
beside-
commented that we will continue with Wasaya. So, not now, a bit
Yeah.
earlier.
Yeah,
sees,
but
yeah.
he's yeah. I like his positive energy, and we always call to each other and talk about music, and we share ideas and a lot of like we listen to we used to be like a two sit in one room and listen to the whole album and spend hours and hours and hours and talk about each details. So we have it the same thing until now.
That's
we
called
call
music
long calls.
appreciation, right? That's
Yeah,
called-
so we talk and
yeah.
like long Zoom calls and talk about details, new Pain of Salvation, or new new bands or new music, whatever. So yeah, we're looking to do something in the future, but I don't know when the time is ready for both of us. But beside that, if there is something else, I'm open. I mean, I'm open to the real project. I mean, project which is like good material, good musicians, and why not? And plus, I'm doing a lot of session recording as well. Like a lot of people, they contact me and to record the drum tracks here in Dubai and send them the raw material, and they can do whatever they want.
Okay. So
mix
you're
it,
open
master.
for cooperation for like recording?
Yeah,
different
anything.
albums and all
Not only metal. It's like rock, metal, fusion. But it's because of fun. I don't charge anything. I prefer to do it like rock and metal or heavy metal or something.
Yeah. Okay. So at the time you're open for different projects and you're working on maybe the next thing with Wasaya, and we will be waiting for whatever comes from Nu.Clear.Dawn, if that will be released when
Hopefully.
it's ready. Yeah. So that's why I'm not so not so pushing it, but I hope it will be there. I'd like to listen to a fresh thing from Nu.Clear.Dawn. There is one thing at the end. I did skip on some things I think we discussed and we plan to talk about. Maybe to give them their right, they need more time. But I will mention just a few things in general. That at some point you worked on a track called Arar, and you wanted to make some Arabic rock music, right?
Yeah, and RR was, I believe it was after,
Hourglass.
no, I think after Hourglass when we decided
Yeah.
to do something, or during Hourglass, or the late last days of Hourglass, or before we the band, we moved out. I think during Hourglass. So we decided to do something commercially, like to go to the more into like people who are listening for rock, but they don't understand or they don't want to go to like heavy stuff. So we do something like more 80s ballad with Arabic lyrics or 80s rock with Arabic lyrics.
Yeah.
And Yumni was part of it as well. And me and Yumni and Rawat, we worked together and we recorded, and it wasn't like very. Some people they were okay to listen because it was something new. I mean, yeah, Arabic lyrics is always like not accepted to be in rock music, but we tried something, but somehow it worked, somehow it didn't work. But Rawad wanted to continue to do other stuff, which is I was not part of it, and I didn't want to be a part of it actually.
Okay.
Yeah, for different reasons, and being in being in this project, me and Rawad and Yumni, then we continued. We made another band called ourselves Glamours, and we started doing like playing in the bars and clubs in Damascus to play some cover band for 80s glam rock.
Oh, yeah. How did
And
that
including,
work?
it was fine. We
was
had
fine?
fun.
Okay,
Yeah, people they liked those stuff, and no one was playing. And Yumni was doing a great job that time. We're
Okay.
playing some White Snake and White Lion and Skid Row and Warrant and yeah, all the stuff. Yeah,
Sounds nice. So, at the time you're playing some gigs, there are some events that you go and play live, right? At the moment, or still a COVID restriction thing?
no. I'm still rocking, man.
So you get the
We,
chance now, still today in COVID days, to go to a stage. There are some
yeah,
areas with
yeah.
audiences, so we're
I've
still
been,
getting some time on the drums playing live.
yeah,
Good.
I'm always super active in terms of drumming. I'm drumming with a
Yeah.
lot of different bands. One of the shows couple of shows that I did with Iyad Rimawi, which is very well known songwriter and producer for music series,
Yeah.
TV series, the soundtrack of TV series. And soon, next month, I have another show with him in October. Last time it was in Dubai Opera, and next month, because of the expo it's happening, we're gonna perform. We're gonna perform with him. It's a big band show. It's like
Nice. Yeah, I've seen the
orchestra.
videos online, and you should share more of those.
Yeah. So plus that,
Yeah.
I'm playing a lot of different with different musicians and different acts and different shows.
So you're being active as a professional drummer
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
all different aspects of what that is, right?
Yeah,
Recording, playing
that's
live.
if you remember when I mentioned when I joined the Armenia big band at the beginning, and the reason I want to be a versatile drummer.
Diversify, yeah.
Yeah, so that's what helps me now. So being that person from that having that mindset to change to have a different background in music, and one of them is progressive as well. It makes you to learn more stuff from different genres.
Yeah.
So this helps me now. So I don't mind to play jazz. I don't mind to play blues or rock or fusion or Latin. This makes me help me to upgrade myself. But when it comes to metal, that's my feel like it's like
You know what?
definitely enjoy.
It's still that there's something there with metal. You said that at the beginning.
Yeah, even my face will be different on the stage.
Yeah, the
touch.
drummer's face, metal drummer's face, right? Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people like they see me someone else on the stage when I'm drumming on metal gig.
We had a big topic on our talk today that I will not open even because I feel it needs its own one session, maybe pre-recorded 1 hour talk, which is drums, the instrument. And
Oh
I
yeah.
don't want to touch on it because I have a lot to say, and I know you have 50 times more than whatever I'll say. Maybe we could discuss this later if you'd like to just do another
Yeah.
pre-recorded, not live. Talk about drums, the instrument, how to take care of it, how to tune it, how to learn it, deal with it, whatever you'd like to share from your experience as a drummer. And then maybe we'll have that as its own drummers episode, right? If you'd like.
Yeah, that
I'm-
would be very good. We can talk about the drums itself and the drumming, and we talk about the genres, how to tune it, how to tune the drums.
We talked about
A lot
different
of-
drummers and their own styles and different styles
Yeah, I
on
mean,
the
we
instrument.
can. Definitely we can have a different conversation about those topics, because especially a lot of metal drummers I met, they we keep asking a lot of questions, and being in a musical instrument store or dealing with a lot of musicians in the region, so they always ask you a lot of questions. Which cymbal I have to use? Why?
Yeah, that's what I
Which which microphones? Which
Yeah.
drum set? Which skin? Which
Yeah.
head? And if my touches the proper
Yeah.
touch for the metal or for the
And
rock?
should
or
I go
for the
uphill
jazz?
backward and train my calves? and-
Exactly. Even the stick, the traditional grip or
Yeah,
the standard grip.
There's
and,
5 methods to grip it, and
Yeah,
and
all
the
those
weight of the
details.
sticks and the diameters and the types. So I'm using this opportunity now to mention this, to kind of ask the people who's watching or will be watching later to leave a comment if they'd like to see kind of a deep dive on the drums as an instrument and playing the drums. If you'd like to see that video and encourage us to go forward and go in detail on that one, just put it in the comments either here on Facebook Live or later, or on YouTube when I post this on YouTube. So even though I said there's a big portion left, there are 5 other questions left, but I'll leave them to another opportunity to talk with you more in detail about prog metal, prog releases, different bands. There's a lot on that. Maybe another. We'll see how much you're willing to give us from your time to talk about prog metal itself.
Maybe we can start talking about like a discography for one band, for example. Like
I'm
you put your
open.
band-
I'm open to all suggestions you'd have.
because we love prog metal and progressive rock. We can put like, let's say, Redemption and Evergrey.
I'm in. I'm in. So we'll discuss it maybe later. But let's say we're throwing ideas now that are at the same time ideas for our audience to see if you're interested in this, if you'd like to see more of prog stuff, discussions on prog. Aram here, as he just said, he seems really well into it. So let us know if you're interested to have that, and we'll figure out maybe the prog stuff we do live and maybe the drum stuff we pre-record, so we can edit it to a shortest possible format when it comes to the drums. But the music thing, it's nice to appreciate it live, right? And have the fresh live discussion about it and bring the audience into the discussion about the music we're listening to, right?
Cool.
So, Aram, at the end of this, do you like to say something to close this long conversation? Something to the metalheads, to the new musicians, to someone who doesn't know what a double pedal is, to everyone listening to us, kind of a general closure to our discussion?
Basically, it's like the always comment that I want to say, like to everyone, the beginners or people who like to start playing metal or rock or any genre, it's like try to, as much as you can, practice and don't look around in terms of who's commenting anything, because we have a lot of people who comment negative comments, and those comments which give you a negative energy. Sometimes they are good, which makes you a little bit down, and then
You
push
push
you to
yourself
practice
more.
more.
Yeah.
Yeah, but put in your mind to have a target, because in music there is two points. Let's say one is for target. You put target, or second, you need to know what exactly you're doing. When you have, basically, I should say, a target or be a musician. Two different things. One, to be a musician, that means you need to learn everything. You need to learn about how to be a musician. musician in terms of like to play everything, to learn the method, the scales, or the rudiments about the drums. At the end, to be a full musician and to be a professional musician to make money. So either you need to choose this one, or you have a target. That means you want to be a metal guitarist or rock guitarist, and to be in a band, to stay with this band and play this genre until you made the album, and after that you tour around the world, you meet a lot of people. This is two different things. So musicians, to be a professional musician, at the end you make money and you play everything. To be a versatile musician, or to play wherever you are, they give you a call, you play the music, and or you have a target to play, but to be proper target, not like I did one concert, خلاص, I'm the best
king of
drummer
the hill.
this. Yeah, I'm best the drummer. No, you have to practice as much as you can to be better and better, and bring more elements, more new ideas, and to be better what people did earlier, to show the difference. I mean, to have difference. Otherwise, you will be like any other bands, which is million bands are in the world, or looks like the same. That there's this. It's very difficult to find different feel or something new. I mean, okay, there are good bands, but somehow they look like each other now. But it's very difficult to bring something new on the platform, especially with this all open social media, which everybody listening to each other, and somehow some people, they get disappointed because they don't know what exactly they were going to do. But just keep practicing, keep listening more music you can, to have more ideas and more elements to put it on the plate, and
Expanding. So
yeah.
that's a good advice. I actually try to. I seem to get this similar advice from many people I talk to, that they always suggest that you should keep your mind open, that you should get familiar with more than one genre, a bit broaden your scope, and they always add elements to what you do. I have one last question. Not a question, it's a request by Ala Abu Saada. He's been repeating this one a lot. So I think we're gonna do it and let him have a nice sleep. So he really wants to see the guitar behind you. He wants to see that guitar. He said it has something to do with the
I just
monkey.
want to tell him something, like why he's jealous, or just like that he gave me this guitar, because he painted and he kept it here and he ran away from Dubai. So he wanna just miss the guitar. If you want the guitar, I can send you a picture and show it to you. Unless if you want me to market the guitar for the social media.
If there's something interesting to see, you can like bring it close to the camera, and I'll stop the live as soon as the guitar fills the screen. I'll stop the live. That will be like the closing scene. Are you in?
Actually, it's not that embarrassing. Let me bring it here. Just a
Okay,
minute.
bring it in.
Okay. This is the guitar.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. How did he make that?
He painted.
Really, hand painted?
Yeah.
What does he call it? Monkey?
It's a
Planet of the Apes, right? I know the
exactly.
I forgot his name. This is the main character of the whole story, right? The guy who does everything. I wouldn't remember at the moment. Well, that's nice work. Well done, Ala. If you have more of that kind of artwork, share it in the comments. Maybe we'll have also some kind of a talk about guitar artwork. So we're trying to diversify.
This is my custom symbols.
That's another thing with the drums that I wanted to get to, right? So you have your own custom signature symbol by Sabian. And what is it called?
The shredder.
The shredder. Well, it looks like it. Okay. So we'll get a chance to go more in detail about the instrument, and as I said, we did miss on some stuff. We reached the end of our conversation, our very long conversation, and Aram, thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for all what you shared with us, especially the very interesting background stories about Jack, his experience with the disc, and the Passion of the Christ kind of missing information or hidden information. And for everything else about the bands you've been part of, about the whole adventure of Nu.Clear.Dawn, Hourglass, Ascendant, playing in Syria, having Bassent Ibis in a band, and all that kind of stuff. And thank you all for following us, for listening to this conversation. Thank you for your comments, for your feedbacks. And hope to see you all again in the next episode next week. Aram, I am sure we'll meet again and we'll have more to say. Okay? Have a nice
Thank you very
eve.
much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So, goodbye everyone. Have a nice
Goodbye.
evening.
Take care, guys. Bye-bye. Thank you.